What is up, y'all? Welcome to Game Day with Heavy Cardboard. Teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy board games, war games, 18xx. I am your host, Edward Euler. Happy to be joined virtually by a couple very good friends of mine.
Ken.
Andrew.
All right. So today we are bringing y'all Perseverance, Castaway Chronicles, Episode 2. Designed by Richard Amon, Thomas Van Ginst, Anthony Haugiego, Victor Peter, Will Planky, and David Terzi, and published by Mindclash Games. Now, Mindclash also very kindly provided us with this prototype of the game, as well as sponsored the playthrough. So thanks to Dorka, Victor, everyone over at Mindclash. And I saw that Victor is in chat with us tonight. So welcome to y'all that I know is staying up late tonight to watch this. So definitely appreciate that. And welcome everybody watching live around the world as well as after the fact. Before we get started, big thanks to all the patrons who help support the show. Without you guys, this is never happening. So thank you. A special shout out to James Matthias. Say thanks for all the stuff you do behind the scenes, as well as choosing to support the show and, well, supporting the show. Thanks. Before we get started as well, don't forget to give it a thumb down below. If you guys enjoy the video, I certainly would appreciate it. Subscribe, hit the bell notification. And if you want to support the show, if you think the content that we provide here on Heavy Cardboard is worth $1 or $2 a month, I certainly would appreciate it. You can go to pledgehc.com. All right. Perseverance, Episode 2. Now, the Kickstarter is starting next week. All right, July 7th, in fact. So in 4 days it is. You are going to have access to both Episode 1 and Episode 2. These are standalone games. You're about to see that tonight. Episode 1, we streamed last night. If you want, you can play Episode 1 a couple times and then carry that in to Episode 2. Now, it's not a legacy game, and you're not destroying anything, permanently changing anything, so you can replay the game. It's just a regular standalone Euro that we showed last night. I don't want to say it's a standard, but in other words, it's not a legacy game. This one builds upon the stuff that we did last night and is getting bigger. So the games progressively get a little bit bigger, and this is taken on, we are progressing the story a little bit. Even though it's not a story-driven game, what it is we're doing is we had just gotten shipwrecked, and we're just trying to fight off the dinos. Now we have a beachhead, and we have an established colony, and now we're going to expand upon that. So that's kind of the theme of tonight. It's a bigger footprint game. It is a more involved game, and last night was pretty involved. I think Ken can agree on that. All right,
yep,
tonight,
later, though, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely that and more a little bit tonight. Yeah. So, with that said, I am going to do a full teach for Episode 2 alone, as if you don't know anything about anything. I'm not going to be like, and this is different than Episode 1. They are standalone games, so I'm going to teach Episode 2 as if Episode 1 doesn't exist. If you happen to watch last night, a lot of this, I'd say about 2/3 of it, is going to be familiar to you, and 1/3 of it is going to be completely new. I think that's a pretty good idea on what to expect for tonight. So, I am ready. Fellas, are y'all ready?
Let's do it.
All right. So, they're ready. I'm ready. Hopefully y'all are. Let's dig into Perseverance, Episode 2. All right. So, as an ambitious, charismatic survivor of the shipwrecked Pearl of the Sea luxury liner, you set foot on the mysterious island with the bravest pioneers of the ship. You fear uncertainty is quickly replaced by eager anticipation. This is the adventure you've been waiting your whole life for. Following the guidance of the ship's senior officers, you take part in organizing the defenses against the fierce, strange beasts inhabiting the land and in sowing the seeds of a new society. Your effects will not go unnoticed. Everything you do for the community will earn you followers, and with enough people rallying behind you, you will be a force to be reckoned with in this strange new land. Now, in Episode 2, the survivors have successfully defended the city of Perseverance, completing a massive wall to stop the dinosaur onslaught. Under the guidance of the ship's senior officers, the players now set out to explore the surrounding wilderness, expand the settlement beyond the walls, and chart a path to the mysterious structure on the horizon. All right. Now, in addition to that, the captain has been rescued from the wrecked ship during episode 1 and has recovered and now joins the Officers' Council, as you can see up there. All right.
Good to have you back.
Yeah, right? All right, so what are you looking at? Well, there's a lot of stuff out here, all right? But first and foremost, out here on the main board, all right, there are 4 columns down here, which represent zones, and there are essentially 2 different areas. Now, the columns represent zones of the Perseverance City or the Perseverance Settlement. They are sustenance, training, expansion, protection, construction, and the new one up here, which is discovery. Now, there are 2 areas that kind of mostly split the board in half, top and bottom. So we have the discovery tiles up on the top half. So the hexes up here is where we're going to be out exploring the various lands and hopefully being able to fight off the dinos to then be able to put out outposts out there. And then on the bottom half of the board is the community area. Now, these have essentially 3 different things down here. Well, really 4 now. There are dice spaces, so any of these square areas that you see out here are spots for various dice. We have the dice supply that, because of camera limitations, we're going to keep these out here in the middle of the board. And then we have settlement spaces, which are different than they were last night. And I said I wasn't going to refer to that, but here we are. And last but not least, we have the officers. And this is essentially what was the ship's crew. And we have the same 4 officers from episode 1 with an addition of the captain. However, I say they are the same officers. Their actions, though, may be different, so keep that in mind. Then, over on the left-hand side of the board, we have a couple of things. We have the outpost offer, as you can see up there in the top left-hand corner. Then moving on down from that, we have the assembly board over here, and then we have adventure decks. Now, last night we had patrol decks. These are adventure decks. There are 2 different types of adventure decks. There are ones for the plains, and there are ones, the purple, for the mountains out there. Then there is a whole host of stuff that is off camera, simply because it's a big enough footprint and I didn't want to clutter things for you. There are various extra dice. There are various extra dice. There are all the 3 different types of dinos, as you can see up there in the discovery zone. There are 3 different types of dino in chapter 2. We have raptors, we have tramplers, and then we have shield heads. Shield heads are the big ones that have, well, wait for it, shields on their heads. In this game also, there are a number of resources that are going to be off-board and off-camera. They are food, they are modern resources, they are stories, there are berries, there are island resources as well. So those are the 5 resources. And then in addition to that, if you want to consider it a resource, each player has a supply of soldiers, and there are 2 types of soldiers. There are heavy and there are light soldiers. The light soldiers being the yellow and the heavy soldiers being the blue soldiers as well. And again, the supply of all of those is going to be off board for the simple fact that, again, we're trying to limit what all's on camera, all right? Then, in addition to that, there is the player tableaus. Now, the player tableaus have vastly changed from episode 1 to episode 2. At the very top of the player boards, now these are all symmetric player boards, I should point out, but at the top we have the Valor track, then we have the voting track as well. The safeguard has gone away, and in its place kind of, is we have enclosures where we're going to be able to trap and contain various dinosaurs. And there are abilities or skills, I think would be a better way to word them. There are 5 different trees or 5 different groups of skills that are associated with the various officers that are in the game. All right. So not only do we have all of that, then every player is represented by their leader marker, and their leader marker is whatever their avatar is here. Then every player is going to have some mix of resources. At the beginning of the game, we start with 1 food, 1 modern resource, 1 island resource, 2 berries, and 1 soldier, 1 light soldier. That's down here. In addition to that, in addition to their leader. Then, in addition to that, everybody has an incursion area. They also start with a starter plains adventure. And this is supposed to be secret, but again, we're having to do this remotely, so there's just no way to do that. In addition to that, we're going to be so involved with our own stuff, we're not going to worry about other players' temple adventures as well. And last but not least, over here on the right are our in-combat little areas. Whenever we have soldiers or leaders that are in combat, they're going to just hang out over on those as well. Last but not least, there are our scoring dials back from last night. But again, because this has such a big footprint, I figure I would just keep these off camera, and we have blue Andrew, we have me, and we have red Ken as a little reminder as to whose is whose, so I don't mess that up. So that's everything just about that's in this game. Now, there are also player pieces that are going to be, for the most part, off camera as well. So I have all of Andrew's over near me because reaching that far is, well, difficult. So I will show you these a little bit up closer. Let me zoom that out a hair. There we go. So I have my officer ability as well as my skill markers here. There are 22 of these. There are 12 settlements. There are camps. And then we also have 3 watchtowers that are going to come into play. And whichever player is last in turn order is also, in a 3-player game at least, is also going to get the governor card to begin as well. All right, so that's a whole lot of stuff. But now what is it we're actually doing in this game? Well, in Perseverance, we're going to take turns selecting dice and then doing some of these actions, a la action selection, worker placement, and then eventually going out and exploring these areas up here, capturing or defeating dinos, all in the hope or all in the goal of victory points, which in this game is called followers. So the people following you as leaders. So, and these will be tracked on these various dials for us. So kind of big picture, that's what we're looking at. Now, in episode 2, the game is played, just like in episode 1, over a series of cycles depending on the number of players, which in a 3 and 4 player game is going to be a total of 3 different cycles. So we know this because if we look over here at the assembly scoring board, there are 3. This represents scoring for cycle 1, cycle 2, and cycle 3 as well. So the game's going to take place over essentially 3 different rounds. Each round or each cycle consists of player turns, starting with the first player and then continuing clockwise until the dice pool is empty. And then from there, when there are no available dice at the end of your turn, that's going to trigger an assembly, which represents the elections of community leaders for the upcoming cycle. It's basically a scoring round, all right, and a popularity round as well. Now, on your turn, there are 4 phases on any player's turn. Those 4 phases are as you see right here. So first and foremost, resolve an adventure card. The second is a primary action. The second is a secondary action. And the third or the fourth is an end of turn check as well. All right. So the easiest way that I know how to teach this game is basically go through that right there. All right. So, to start off with, resolve an adventure card. If you were with us last night, that's almost identical to a patrol card. But if you're not with us last night, we're going to just skip that and we're going to double back to that here in a little bit. All right. So we're going to jump right in to the primary action. So the first thing you're going to do is place a specialist die and then resolve the action, as you can see here. Now, there's a little bit more that goes into that than just, choose a die or grab a die and resolve the action. There are 4 different color of dice out here. There are neutral dice, which are these 8 dice, the neutral white colored dice right there. And then there are the player color dice as well. So in a 3-player game, we start with 8 neutral dice and 1 of each player color's dice as well. There are 4 different symbols on these dice. There are backpacks, which represent adventurers, but backpacks. Then there are hammers, which represent innovators. There are notebooks, which represent negotiators, and then there are bullhorns, which represent organizers. There are 2 hammers, and there are 2 backpacks on each die face, and then there is 1 of the others as well. All right. Our player color dice are identical to that, except they're in our player colors. All right. So on your turn, you're going to choose a die. If you choose your own color or a neutral die, it's free to use. Any other player color die is going to cost you 2 followers. So in other words, if all of the neutral dice are used and my yellow die is used and I only have a choice of those, or maybe I just want to use one of those player colored dice, I would have to drop from 10 followers, which we start with, down to 8 followers as well. In addition to that, if you wish, regardless of what color dice you choose, you can spend a story, which is that resource right there, to change the die face to any die face that you wish to be able to match up with the various actions out here on the board. All right? Then you have to choose where to place the die. Well, if, for instance, I choose this hammer right here, either this one or, say, one of the neutral hammers, and I want to go into this location, well, you notice all of these locations have a hammer symbol on them. This one down here also has a hammer symbol. This one does not. So if I want to go down to take the salvage action, I must place it on the hammer spot if it's available. Once that spot is available, or once that's used, you then can choose to put a hammer over there. Or if, let's say I had the backpack, I can choose to place it over here into the non-descriptive, the whatever space on there. Whereas up here, they must be hammers. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, good. All right, so once you have chosen a die, you then choose one of the available locations out here in the community area to be able to then resolve the action or take the action that you're actually trying to do. Now, I should point out that as the game progresses, we're going to be placing outposts out here in this area, which are more worker placement spots or more action selection spots. We're not going to talk about those until they come up. Just know that as the game progresses, those up there are going to go out here, and they will give us more spots to be able to place our workers, i.e. our dice. All right? So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about what the various actions are in the game. Now, I am not going to go over all of these in depth right now because, again, you need context to be able to do so. And some of these are not going to make sense because I'm not going to do the entire teach on the front end. It'll all make sense here in a little bit. So let's go ahead and talk about our favorite Scottish place over here, the pub. So you notice you can place either a backpack or a bullhorn into this location. When you go into the pub, then you're going to get 1 story. In addition to that, for every one of your player dice that is out here on the board already, then you're going to get 1 additional story. So if I were to place any die down here, whether it's a neutral or my own or someone else's, I would get 1 story plus 1 for every yellow die out on the board. Well, I start with one out there, so therefore I would get one for the yellow die, another there for a total of 2 stories, which I would take from the supply and add to my player board. Easy enough, moving on. I don't think we need to belabor that. In addition, another spot that I will point out is the salvage spot over here. That's going to get you 2 modern resources. Easy enough. Again, I don't need to belabor that. Again, a hammer and an empty space. All right, moving on from that, we have the gather action. Now the gather action, this little hand symbol that's there, it says you can choose to do both of them once if you wish. And what this says is you will get 2 berries and you either get a food or an island resource. Okay, pretty straightforward, easy enough. The other one here says that if you wish, and if you have a shield head dino from your enclosure, you can discard that back into the supply and you would gain 2 berries and you would gain 1 food. Wait, you can capture dinos? Yes, you can. They will go over in your enclosure. We're going to talk about that way later during the game and how that process works. But just know that whenever you gather, you can take both of those actions once. What I think is the most exciting space on the board now is the adventure space. I'm going to talk about this mostly, but not all of it right now. So whenever you go into the adventure space, the first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be, you know what? Let me just read this here. It's an evolution of the patrol action of episode 1. Adventure allows you to start venturing out into the wilderness surrounding the city, fighting dinos that are in your way, and begin claiming new lands and the construction of camps and outposts. So when you do this action, first and foremost, the first thing you need to do is you need to choose a rally point. Now, a rally point can be either a hex with a camp. So if we take a look up north, up here, you can choose if there is a camp. So in other words, a little camp looks like this. So if there is already one over here, you can use that as a rally point. Or if there isn't a camp, or even if there is a camp, you can choose to start from the actual gates themselves, which are right here. All right. So wherever spot you choose as your rally point, you state where your rally point is going to be. All right. If a camp is overrun, in other words, if I had a camp up here and there are dinos in that camp is overrun. You cannot start in that location. That kind of makes sense, I think. It's overrun. You probably don't want to go where there's dinos to go on an adventure. Although it does sound, fun and exciting, can't do that in this game. Once you have chosen that, so let's zoom back in over here. Once you have chosen a rally spot, you then can do 2 of the 3 available options, as you can see here. Choose 2, but they must be different. So we'll start with the bottom one, which is the easiest one. This is build a camp on a cleared hex adjacent to the rally point. You pay 1 modern resource and you place a camp. So easy enough. So if I started right here, I would pay 1 modern resource and I can place a camp right there. Easy enough. So that would be one of my 2 options that I can choose from there. The second one is you can choose to clear a hex. All right. Now, first off, you have to choose a hex on the map on a space accessible from the rally point. Okay. So let's go ahead and talk about accessible hexes. So accessible hexes is a hex accessible from a rally point if it's either adjacent to it or they're both adjacent to the same cleared hex. All right. So in other words, this is an accessible hex and that is an accessible hex as well. All right. Does that make sense? Whereas this one is not.
Yep, makes sense. Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Also, there are some that have printed on the board way up north. So there's this one here and there's this one here. Those are never considered accessible as far as the game is concerned there. All right. So you can choose a hex on a space that's accessible from the rally point, and you can only choose it if there are no dinos on the hex and you have at least an adventure card in your hand. So, technically, these 2 adventure cards that are starting on the board are technically in our hand. But again, social distancing, doing it remote, they're actually on the table. But they're not actually being adventured right now. They are not technically in play. They are in our hand for all intents and purposes. But the first thing that's going to happen is, as long as you have, let's say I started here at the gate, and I say I'm going to clear this hex up here. So there are no dinos on the hex, and I have a couple of adventures in my hand, and I don't have any ongoing adventures, because you're only ever allowed to have a single adventure active at the same time. So when that happens, I get to clear the hex permanently, and you get whatever the reward is on that hex. So in this case, I would get 1 berry, and this hex would permanently get removed from the game. I have cleared a hex. So if we go back down, looking down here, after I've chosen my rally point, I could have put down a camp for 1 modern resource, I could clear a hex, and then for the second part of that, I can begin an adventure. And you know that is the case because it shows an adventure card, and then it shows the symbol for placing soldiers onto that adventure card. So I think at this point, the next thing to talk about is, let's talk about going on an adventure, shall we? All right. So looking at, you know what? Actually, I will show you guys my adventure cards over here. So when you choose to go on an adventure, these adventures being the ones in my hand, this is a starter planes adventure. You know this because on the back it says starter on the planes. All right. Then we also start with 1 temple randomly chosen, and here we go. So those can only be started once you reach the temple hex. More on that later. But as it is, I could start this adventure if I so desire. The anatomy of this card is, it says what the card is, and it has some fantastic artwork that's associated with it. So the ancient carcass. The number in the top left-hand corner says how many soldiers must be available on your tableau to be able to go on this adventure. Now, when I say that, I start with 1 soldier, and I start with my leader. You can place leaders out there to go on adventures if you wish to do so, at the count of a leader being a soldier. So this number up here is the minimum number that you must go on a card to be able to start an adventure. So in other words, at the beginning, I would have to place 1 there and 1 there. Okay? So that's what that is. This shows that it's a plains hex. This shows that it's a temple, a plains adventure and a temple adventure as well. Then down below, this has whatever the reward is on when you complete the adventure. You might be asking yourself, how do I complete an adventure? Well, the very first thing you do at the beginning of your next turn is resolve an adventure card. So remember I said I would double back to that. Consider yourselves doubled back. So at the beginning of my next turn, when I take that action, is I can resolve whatever adventure card has my soldiers on it, because you can only ever have 1 active at the same time. Now, if it has multiple steps on it, there will be more things involved with that, but we'll talk about that when we actually get into the game and we actually go into a adventure that has multiple steps. So any questions on that so far, fellas?
Nope, makes sense. Nope.
All right. So getting back to over here, again, lay down a camp, clear a hex, and start an adventure. And the third thing is, if you wish, is combat dinos and either kill them or capture them. That's all you're going to get about that right now. You're going to have to wait until we actually do this in the game to be able to talk about combating and putting dinosaurs into our enclosure. So outside of that, that is all of the actions in the sustenance area. Any questions about that?
Nope.
All right, good. Next, we'll talk about the military. So again, now here it's 2 bullhorns or 2 any dice. And over here, it says that you may take any 2 different actions. Last night it was any 3. Now it's any 2. However, you can pay up to 2 berries. And for every berry that you would choose to pay back to the supply, you may take 1 additional action. And they all must be different actions. So if you choose to pay no berries, it's 2 actions. 1 berry gives you 3, 2 berries gives you 4. Those are your options whenever you take the military action, all right, or option. First one is get a light soldier for free from your supply. Add it to your tableau. All right. Pay a food, get a light soldier. Pay an island resource, get a heavy soldier. Turn in 1 story, and you can upgrade 2 light soldiers into heavy soldiers. You may pay 1 follower, i.e. victory point, for either a story or a valor, which valor, remember, is one of the tracks on your board up here, all right? And last but not least, you may pay a valor to draw an adventure card. So to be able to do so, I learned, finally, you may draw either from those decks and it immediately refills. Or you just turn the decks upside down so that they're all face up so that it automatically refills itself so you don't forget, like I did last night, over and over again. All right, so that is all of the available military actions out here. Any questions on that?
Nope.
All right, so we have a settlement and a officer influence cube down here. This is just a reminder for me that we need to do that as part of setup once we get started. So ignore those for now. So we've covered training, we've covered sustenance. Let's move on to expansion. Expansion, we have 2 books or an empty space over there for the marketplace over there. So the marketplace, you may do 1 or both of these actions. You can spend a berry to gain a total of 2 food, modern resources, and or island resources in any combination. So get rid of a berry and get 2 of those, however you mix and match. The action below is exchange any amount of food, modern resources, and island resources for the same amount of whatever, mix and match however you want. Any questions on that? No? Good. We'll move on. All right. The next one that we'll talk about down here at the bottom is the settle action. You may do 1 or both of these actions. The top one says you can pay 1 modern resource or 1 food and 1, try it again, 1 modern resource and 1 food. And then you may take 1 of your settlements and you may place it out in any of the available settlement area. So all of these spaces out here that look like ship's officer heads, you may place a settlement. They are all identical. There is going to be a reason as to why I might want to place here as opposed to there, but they are all identical actions. Then you may take an officer action, but I will talk about that in a moment. The second option that you can do is you can pay a trampler from your enclosure, provided you have one, and you may place a settlement. If you choose to do both of those, you must place into different areas, meaning 1 in construction, 1 in expansion, 1 in expansion, 1 in sustenance, 1 in sustenance, 1 in training, etc. However, you only get to take 1 officer action. You don't get to take both, okay? All right, so when you do so, interacting with an officer, remember there are 5 officers. There are these 4 here, and there's also that other one, the captain, up there. When you do so, you place 1 influence marker on the applicable officer. So depending on where you placed your settlement, so if I place the settlement here, then I'm going to have to place that influence marker right there. All right? If I placed it over here, etc., etc. All right? Then you can place 1 influence marker on a skill that belongs to that officer. So now let's go ahead and take another gander over at my player board. So again, each officer has skills associated with them, as you can see. So the chief steward has to do with these various actions. Now, this is going to take forever if I'm going to go through what these various actions are, all 30 of them. But as it is, and by 30 I mean 25, no 30, I get math. Whenever you take the action that interacts with the officer, you then can take another one of your markers and you can choose any one of the available actions. And now that skill, I should say skill, not actions, that skill is immediately available for you. However, if you notice, up here in the top right-hand corner of each of our player boards, it has a little exclamation point here. If the skill that you choose to take has an exclamation point, then that means you must pay either 1 story or 1 valor, again, valor being up here, stories being those resources, to be able to put a marker down on that space. Once a marker is on, an influence marker is on that skill, it is permanently available for the remainder of the game. And obviously, it's going to accent and enhance whatever the various actions are for the given areas that the officers are in. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, good.
Hey, Edward.
Yes?
I think that rule is a little different than last night's. It says you can take one of 3 possible things. You either get to influence the person, like put a cube on their card, or you get a skill, or you take their production bonus. One of the 3.
You are 100% right. So let's try that again. Whenever you place out here onto a settlement, you can do one of 3 things. I apologize. Thank you. You can place an influence marker onto the officer card, or you can place an influence marker on the skill associated belonging to that officer. You can, or I should say, you can get whatever the bonus is. So in this case, a modern resource, get a couple of berries, etc., etc. So I misspoke. I'm getting ahead of myself, actually, is what's going on. Any questions on that? All right?
No, makes sense.
All right, cool. The last action here in the expansion area is the politics. And if you were with us last night, this is pretty close to identical. You can choose to do one of these 3 actions. Pay 2 food, do the top action. Pay 2 food and a story to do the middle action, or pay 2 valor to do the bottom action. Ultimately, they are all almost identical. But all of these neutral dice, well, we have 4 other dice in our own player colors that we will eventually be able to swap out, possibly, for these neutral dice, and it's through this politics action that you can do so. So the top one says, pay 2 food, and you can place, or you can replace 1 neutral die that's in the center of the board that has not already been placed out onto a location out here. And when you do so, you place it with the same symbol. So if I want to replace this bullhorn, for instance, I would then switch that over to a bullhorn like so. And then I'm going to score 1 follower for every one of my yellow dice that is out here on the board. Obviously, those would not be on there. So I would score 2 followers in that case with those 2. Does that make sense?
Yep.
The second option is pay 2 food and a story, and you can do that, what I just did here. However, and I should point out that these are permanently removed from the game when you do that. So that will permanently be a yellow die going forward. However, if you choose the other action or the other option, you can choose one that's already been placed on the board. So in this case, I would just swap that out. This one is permanently removed, and I would score 2 followers or 2 victory points. The last option that you can do is spend 2 valor, and then when you do so, you may place a die or take a die, one of your player color dice. Let me make sure I get this right. Hold on. Okay, pay 2 valor to select an officer and place an influence marker on that for every colored die in your player color that you have in play on the board or in the pool. So in other words, out here on the board. So for every player color die you have, so for instance, if I had done something like this, and whenever I take this action there, I would be able to place 2 influence markers on an officer because I have 2 yellow dice. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, good. That is the expansion actions. The last ones we need to talk about now are the build actions. All right, so the bottom one over here says you may place or pay 1 modern resource to place a camp. And placing a camp, I've already shown you, is doing like so. That is the same as this action over here. And when you take this, any of these choices, you get to do one of these 3, or you can pay a berry and do a second one of those, all right? The second option is you can spend a modern resource and an island resource, and you either get, try this again. You will score 2 followers, and then you can place an outpost out on the board, all right? So you select one of the available outposts that are up here, you place it out here, and you're going to put one of your settlement markers onto it. And it must go onto a cleared map hex that doesn't yet have an outpost tile on it. And when you do that, like I said, you're going to gain 2 followers. Easy enough?
Yep.
The last action that we need to talk about, or last option, I should say, is spend 2 island resources to place a watchtower, and each of us has 3 of them, from your player board onto a cleared map hex that doesn't yet have one, and then you get to interact with the officer on the discovery zone. If you have the scout skill, it only costs 1. In other words, it's a discount whenever you have the scout skill, and the scout skill is going to be over here on your board. So you interact with that, and you will score 2 points, potentially, there. Any questions on that?
No, makes sense.
All right. So that's all of the primary actions that you can take on your turn. Now, I realize that was a whole lot of information, but it's place a die, take an action. So you're only going to be doing one of those, right? So, all right, moving on. Let me put the dice back down now. All right. After you've done that, you then can take one of 5 secondary actions. Placing your leader. Let's go ahead and talk about that. There are leader spaces. There are 5 leader spaces out here on the board. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a 5th one up here. When you choose to place your leader out on the board, it's as if you would just place the die out in that area, and you can take any one of the associated actions with that area. So if you place it over here into sustenance, you can either take an adventure, a gather, or a pub action, just like you would as if you place the die over there. Easy enough? Good, moving on. The next one is moving a leader, all right? So again, unlike last night where you could not move a leader, here you can move a leader potentially here. To be able to move a leader, you have to, if it's already on the main board, you pay 2 berries to move your leader to a different zone where there isn't already a leader. So in other words, if my leader was already here and I wanted to be able to move my leader, say there or over here or whatever, I would have to pay 2 berries from my supply, provided that somebody else's leader isn't already there. So if Ken rudely had already gone there, then I could not choose that action because, again, worker placement-esque, 1 leader per location at a given time. After you move your leader, you can resolve, just like you would just place the die, you get a primary action, okay? Any question?
Nope, makes sense.
All right. The third option is an explore option. This one is get resources. You get any 2. You either get a story, a berry, or an adventure card. Okay, choose 2 of those. Easy enough. Counterattack. We're not going to talk about that because that's combat. But when we get into incursions and everything, that's where a counterattack comes into play. And the last thing is influence an officer. So as a secondary action, you may spend 1, 2, or 3 stories And you can place 1, 2, or 3 influence markers on the same officer. And then, when you do so, regardless of whether you placed 1, 2, or 3 influence markers there on the officer tile, again, that is down here on one of these tiles. After you do that, regardless of how many you placed, you then can get 1 skill. And that skill must be associated with whatever officer you then got you place the influence markers on. And again, you may have to pay if it is an exclamation point. So choose a primary action, may choose a secondary. I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't want to choose a secondary, but it's always a may. And the last thing is end a turn, which is basically cleanup. Adventure card hand limit is 3. Make sure you don't have more than 3. If you do, discard down. Then check for a dino incursion. If dinos have invaded your camp. If so, bad things happen. You lose 3 points. Don't let that happen. And the third thing you check is check for an assembly. If the dice pool is empty, we then go into an assembly, which is the end of round. That's it. Rinse and repeat. Do that over the course of 3 rounds. Whoever has the most followers wins. Obviously, I did not go over the details of outposts. I did not go over combat with dinos, and I did not talk about enclosures, but I think that kind of makes sense to go ahead and do that once we have gotten started. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I realize that Andrew's mic is a little bit quiet, but I think we will be able to manage just fine as it is. So I will bring the cameras up. Place your bets. I am going to set the over-under on Glory to Rome's at... Andrew's a bit more reserved, so we're going to go 3.5 on that instead of 4.5 like we did last night. All right, so I will bring it up.
Andrew's less bloodthirsty than Greg. That's what you're saying?
Maybe a little. Maybe. There we go. All right, cool. All right, I need a drink, and then we will get started. So cheers. Hi, fellas. Welcome.
Cheers.
Back. All right. Good deal.
I reserve the right to Glory to Rome myself for making an error, but we'll see.
All right, so we randomly drew before we actually started tonight. And Ken, you're going to start.
I'll be the first player?
You will be the first player. So, hold on.
Okay.
I need to reset this, so hold on. Yep, we do.
Yep.
So, all right.
Hey, one more thing. I think the chief of security and the chief mate are flip-flopped, man.
Oh, did I? I think I did move them earlier, didn't I? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do it that way.
Yeah, it's randomized, but for the beginner, for the first game, they recommend this.
I think so. So the first thing that we need to do is in reverse turn order. So in other words, starting with me, I need to place a settlement, and I get a officer influence as well. So I will go ahead and choose the chief engineer, and I will place that on there. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we also get a skill.
Yeah, and so the sort of the starter setup is you get the quartermaster skill.
Right. And the quartermaster skill.
You have to pay a valor or a story for it, though.
Right. And that will be, it is that one right there. And the reason I need to pay the valor or the story is because it has an exclamation point, as you can see right there. All right. But what that means is it's free for me to be able to build a camp. I don't have to pay that modern resource. So that's not so bad. You
just saved yourself 6 modern resources over the course of the game. Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think that's not terrible. I will go ahead and pay, I think the valor. I don't feel great about that, but okay, done. All right. So now, Andrew, which would you like to choose, good sir?
I will take the chief mate.
All right. So there, there. And then we will come up to your board up there. And the one that's associated there is the 4th one down, I believe, right?
I think it might be the second one.
Oh, second one.
When you take a military action, you have 1 additional pick.
That is it. All right. Yeah, so exactly. Whenever he takes a military action, he just gets a bonus 1. Lucky you. I like yours. That's pretty good.
Who's bloodthirsty now, huh?
And so we begin. All right. So, Ken, what would you like to choose, sir?
All right. You guys took the ones I was interested in, but I will take the chief of security. So I'll place a spot in training, and I will get the influence there, and I will also take the Skinner ability, which means whenever I kill a trampler, I get an island resource.
Right there. All right. So whenever he kills one, remind him and I, Peanut Gallery, that he gets that. All right. Good deal. All right. So we are set up. So place your bets now, everybody. And yeah. Hey, the teach got quicker. It was only like 45 minutes.
Well, and this is there's more moving pieces in this one too. So
yeah, there is definitely. One other thing, I probably ought to roll these. Make sure it's 6, 8. Yeah, there we go. All right. I'm so paranoid about doing this. You know what?
11 hammers. Let's see it happen. Let's go.
It could happen. There we go. There's not much on the board yet, so there we go.
Oh, man.
It was close.
You rolled all kinds of crazy stuff, though.
All right.
All those megaphones.
Yep, 3 megaphones. All right. So we actually only roll these dice 3 times in the entire game.
Yep.
There we go. There, I think that works. And there.
All right. I will take a neutral megaphone.
All right, neutral megaphone. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. One more thing. Hold on. This is actually important. Before we get started, something I wanted to preface for everybody is because we're having to do this remotely, keep in mind that I'm actually moving the pieces for 3 players. Okay? So this is going to take considerably longer than a play would be on a normal given day when we're not streaming and when people are actually here. So this may end up being like a 4 or 5 hour stream, but keep in mind, it's realistically about a 2-hour game. All right? So keep that in mind with that.
There's also the part where I have to say, like, hey, Edward, do I have a story or not? Or
exactly.
Like,
so we're doing the best we can with that.
What the adventures are. Yeah. So it takes longer.
It does. All right. And the last thing is whenever a player is when they're going to finish one of their adventures, once that player before them is taking their turn, in theory, they would be able to do their adventure, which would further save time. But again, it is one person controlling all of this. So it's going to take considerably longer than it normally would. So my prefacing is done. Here we go. All right. So, all right. Ken, take it away, brother.
All right, man. I'm going to take one of those plentiful megaphones.
All right.
And I'm going to pop it into the open space in the marketplace.
All right. In the marketplace, and the marketplace is right here. So it's I'm going to scoot those over. So here we go.
So I'm going to spend one of my 2 available berries.
All right. So here. So 1 berry gone.
And I'm going to get an island resource and a food.
Island resource and a food. Okay?
Yep. And then I'm going to take my leader.
Oh, okay. So secondary action.
I don't need to trade. If I could, I don't need to trade. So
okay. So you did your primary. Secondary. Yep. Go ahead.
I'm going to take my leader. And I'm going to put her in the construction area.
All right. So construction will be over here. And again, normally these would be standing up, but they don't show really well for you guys. So we're doing like so. All right.
I'm going to spend another berry to take 2 of these actions.
All right. So in other words, going to do the build actions over here.
Yeah.
All right. So that is your last berry over here.
It is.
All right.
For now. I need more of those things because those things are delicious.
Right.
So I'm going to spend 2 island resources to place a watchtower.
Okay. So a moment. I will walk this through. So here are the 2 island resources. So then you are going to place all along the watchtower.
All along.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I will place it in the area close to those tramplers, since I need to try and kill me some tramplers, I guess, since I've got a skill related to that.
So I assume that means here?
Yes, please.
All right. So again, there for doing so. All right.
Yeah. And as part of that action, I get to interact with the captain.
Right. So right here, it says get to interact with the captain, which is the captain of Discovery. All right, cool. So there you go.
And I'm going to take my one thing, my one cube, and I'm going to place it on the Agile 1 skill.
All right. So, well, the interact with. So, instead of
placing an influence on the captain's card, I'm gonna interact with the skill instead.
You are correct, sir.
Yep.
So the captain's card is this one right here.
Yeah, number 5 there.
All right.
And what it's going to do is when I take the move leader action, it's going to allow me to pay 1 less berry every time I take that action.
That seems good.
So yeah, I got to get some more berries. But like I said, those things are delicious. I don't want to spend too many of them. And then I get 1 more action in the build area.
You do, in fact, yes. Thank you.
And I'm going to go ahead and spend, while I'm spending, I might as well just spend everything. Spend a modern resource to place a camp.
All right. And the camp.
I think, to the surprise of exactly no one, I will place a camp in the same place where I put my watchtower.
There we go. Yeah. So, then end of turn. He only has 2 cards in hand. No Dino Incursion. No assembly because there are plenty of dice left. Boom, done. Andrew, good sir, it is your honor.
Okay. We'll take one of the neutral hammers and put it in the training zone in the military area.
All right, so here, so right there.
Yep. So I have the skill, which basically gives me an extra action here, an extra effect. So I can pay 2 berries to get 5 different effects.
Right, 2 plus your bonus 1 for cheating, or your player board, sorry. Yeah. So 3, and then 1 for each berry is a total of 5. All right, so you will pay your 2 berries there, sir. And what are they going to be?
So the first one will be to gain a light soldier.
1. And remember, these must be different for everybody at home. Okay.
Right. The second one will be to pay a food for another light soldier. The third will be to pay an island resource to gain a heavy soldier. And the fourth will be to lose a follower to gain a story. And then the fifth will be to lose a follower to gain a valor.
All right. So now I will bust all of that out in a minute. So you are Blue Andrew. So you're down 2 points. Down to 8. There we go. And you need to gain this and 1 valor. And I need to put these over here on your board-ish. Again, this is partially to save my back from having to jump around too much, because that is a really far reach. There we go. All right. Cool.
Okay. So then as a secondary action,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to influence an officer.
All right.
I'm going to spend a story to place 1 influence on the chief security officer.
All right, let me grab it.
Back off, pal. That's my officer.
So you did 1. Okay. So regardless of how many that you did, you still get a skill.
Right.
With the chief of security.
I will take the Skinner skill, which gives me an island resource every time I kill a trampler.
There you go. Right there. Okay.
All right.
All right.
It's my turn.
Excellent. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Victor and the Dark Tater both said great job on the teach. So I appreciate that, guys.
I'm going to step away for a sec. I'll be right back.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
All right. So it is now my turn. So, and again, you would think that I would have, since I've had this set up all day, that I would have had this planned out. but it doesn't quite work that way when you're preparing for a stream on this. So this is my way of stalling. And since you did that, that kind of changed what I wanted to do now, honestly.
Yeah. But there's
I
always the other spot, right?
Yeah, there is the other side that I could do, right? One other thing I guess I should talk about is during the setup. Also, randomly roll the dino die. Yes, there is a dino die. And you fill in a dino that's on that die, except for the bottom row. So that's how we ended up with the distribution. So those will be different every game, in theory. All right? Hey, Rocky. Tell Irene we send our best. All right, so I am done stalling, I think. I think I know what I'm going to do this round. So here we go. All right, I am going to take a military action as well. And yeah, so that's going to be either a megaphone, bullhorn, whatever, or something else. And you know what? The bullhorns are plentiful, so we'll go ahead and do that. And I'm gonna, again, because I don't want to accidentally grab those dice when I grab all these. So I have 2, and I think I will pay. So I have that for a third. Do I want the third? I think. Do I? That's a really good question. Wow, they're 5 and 5. What I'm looking at is the adventure cards. And both of the available adventure cards require 5 soldiers. That's a lot.
Woo! What do they do though? Are they like super hot?
Yeah, they're not ugly. So I will show you guys that here soon enough because I might end up doing that. So I'm going to take 2 actions for sure. So let's go ahead and bust that out. So I will take the free soldier. I will go ahead and pay the food to be able to take another soldier. So that is the food, and that is another light soldier. So that is 2. I will go ahead and spend a berry to take a third one. And let's see, I need 2. I don't need a third. But I think I will eventually. So I will spend that. Did I? Yeah, I have not yet. The island resource to be able to get a heavy soldier. And for a 4th action, I will. Do I spend the other berry? I can do that. Yes, I will spend the other berry. So I will spend a maximum of 2 berries. And for my last magic trick is I will go and spend, lose 1 follower to get some valor as well. All right. So I will spend 1 follower. This is my dial. So down to 9. Oh, other way, not 29. By the way, this is actually really, really good, except when you have to do 3 of these. Then it becomes a bit of a pain in the butt.
For the player boards as well, right? Much more fun if you're not controlling 3 at a time.
Yeah, I will say after when we can get back together, man, I'm gonna feel like I get half the day off, only having to run 1 of these, as opposed to all of them. So, all right.
Here's to that. Ready for it.
Right? Seriously. For that and among other reasons. So there we go. So these guys are going to go onto my player board like so. Then for my secondary action, I'm going to place my leader to start off with. So I will grab my leader, Jack, here, and Jack is going to come over to sustenance. Sustenance, I can do either or any of those 3 actions. And I like adventuring. Let's go ahead and go on an adventure. So the first thing I have to do is choose a rally point. Now, I have 3 options now to choose for a rally point. So if we take a look up here, I have the space that's down below here, which is where the gate is. And in fact, I will show you guys this. So I have these 2 spaces, or I have that space right there. And I think what I will do is I will go ahead and choose this space, this gate right there as my rally. And this is an adjacent hex, so we're good to go. So I will go ahead and clear this one as one of my 2 actions that I can take. And again, they must be different. So I'm going to clear one of the tiles. And then I can go ahead and start an adventure. All right. So I will clear this tile, which gives me 1 berry as it shows on it. So don't mind. And this is permanently removed from the game, so I'm just going to move that over there. I get 1 berry, which goes onto my player board. And then I get to start an adventure. Now, it says start an adventure, not draw an adventure. So I don't get to do that. But what I do get to do is I can start either of these. Well, this requires 6 soldiers. I don't have that many. I have 4. So this is a minimum of 2. And I may put up to 8 total on any one given adventure. And you know what? I think I will go ahead and throw all 4 on there. And I will explain why I'm doing all 4 right now. This says I get to keep a challenge card. You get to draw 1 challenge card for every soldier that is on that adventure card. So I basically draw more and keep 1. Cool. And I get an island resource when I do so as well. But again, I don't get to do that until the beginning of my next turn. So I've done my action there, almost. I've done 1 of the available 2. So we have done that one. And then as the second one, because I have this for free, I don't have to spend the modern resource, I can place an outpost. I'm sorry, I can place a camp. And correct me if I'm wrong, does that have to be on the tile you just cleared? It can be on any available space, correct?
Either one, yeah, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
So therefore, I will go ahead and take my camp here, and we'll go ahead and move it up. And I'll go ahead and, yeah, I'll go and throw it right there. You know what? I'll put it right there. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. Cool, done. So that is my 2 available actions. I don't have 3 cards, no incursion, no assembly. Good friend Ken, it is your honor, sir.
All right. Well, what I've learned from our previous experience with this episode 2 is that once you have a camp on the board, you need a military.
Checks out.
But the problem is, it's super inefficient to take the military action if you don't have any berries, unless you're fancy guy Andrew over there with his special skill.
Right.
So I'm going to take the gather action.
All right.
Which I'll use the backpack, the
Okay.
neutral backpack, to do so. And I'm going to grab 2 berries, and I think I'm going to grab a food.
All right, so 2 berries and 1 of the others. So that'll be 2 berries and a food. Okay.
And then for my bonus action.
Secondary action, yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Executive action, secondary action. There we
Sure.
go. So,
It works. All right.
I am going to influence an officer. I'm going to spend the story that I have.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Spending the story. Oh, by the way, Victor does say it has to be adjacent to the rally point.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
There you go. All right. Oh, it has to be adjacent to the rally point, which means it has to go there. Okay.
has to go
No
there.
big deal.
Okay.
Problem solved. Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to influence my good friend, the captain.
All right. So I will write there.
Yep. And so I spent my story, and now I'm going to take the other agile skill as part of the influence action.
The other agile. Oh. So that and you paid your story.
Yeah, but I need to pay a valor as well, because that's a super hot one. That's a special one. It's got an influence exclamation point on it.
It does. So having to do that.
Yeah, I'll pay a valor to deal with that.
Okay. Done.
And now when I move my leader, it is free.
Me.
Gross.
So
By the way, Victor, one thing that I would recommend, just real quick, is with the move leader, I would put that it costs 2 berries on there. So there we go. All right, cool. So that is your secondary. You're good with all of that. So now, Andrew, it is your honor, sir.
Yep. Okay, I think I'm going to use my blue backpack
All right.
to go adventuring in the sustenance zone.
All right. So we'll just put it there. That works. And they're all the same. It doesn't matter which one. All right.
Yep. So, okay, I am going to... I guess I'm going to start from Ken's camp as a rally point.
All right. And the whole reason I have this camera angle right here saved is for this, so you can see this action here as well as all of the stuff up there. So, okay, there we go.
So for the first of the two different things I can do, I am going to combat a dino. So I'm going to fight that trampler that's right next to Ken's camp.
All right, okay. So if you will, give me a moment. So
Sure.
I'm going to switch out the cards and show folks the combat card now, the player aid, and we can kind of walk through how this works. All right, so here is combat, okay? So you need to assign soldiers or leaders that aren't already assigned to be able to do so. So go ahead and do that.
Yep. So the trampler needs 1 damage to be killed.
Right.
So I can send a light soldier after him.
Yep.
And every 2 tramplers you defeat kills a soldier, but there's only 1 trampler there.
Right.
So
Exactly.
it feels pretty safe to just send 1 light soldier off and take care of this.
Yep. All right. So going to grab 1 light soldier, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
So technically, these are supposed to go over here into the in-combat area. So that is a reminder to us as players that you cannot also, they can't go out on an adventure or anything else like that this turn.
Yep.
Okay? So they're still alive in theory and everything. They may come back depending on what's going on, but they're in use for this turn.
Yep.
Okay? All right. So
I will fight the trampler and beat it.
Right.
And I have the option now of capturing it or killing it.
all right, so here, let's walk through it. So deal damage. Light soldier did 1 damage. He could supplement that by spending Valor to add more damage, but as we mentioned, a trampler only needs 1 damage, so it's dead. Sort of. It's defeated, I should say.
Defeated.
So now, do you kill the dino, and a trampler and raptors gain you 1 point or 1 follower, or you can capture. And no matter how many that you defeated this turn, you're only allowed to capture 1 dino per combat, and you are allowed to have in your enclosure a maximum of 4 of a single type. Okay?
Right.
All right.
I have the skill that gives me an island resource every time I kill a trampler.
Checks out.
So I'm actually going to kill it.
All right,
and
so
get
that's
an
a
island
dead
resource for it.
trampler.
Yep.
And I also get a follower for that.
You do. So we will put that, and we
Yeah,
will
island
go-
resources are pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and this trampler is no more.
Yep.
Bye-bye, Mr. Trampler.
All right.
So as the second part of adventuring, I'm going to clear a hex. So I'll clear that hex that I just took the dino off.
Okay, so first thing is you combated or fought, whatever. And the second is clear a hex and then start an adventure. All right, so you have to have an adventure in your hand, and you have to be able to do that adventure, to start that adventure, to be able to do that, which working backwards, you do, because this one only requires 3 soldiers. You have 3 that have not been used already. So I know you know this, but there we go. So here we go.
Almost like I planned it.
Right, so there, that's going to get you 1 follower for that. So a moment on that. You're back up to the starting number. Congratulations. Done.
Okay. So all those soldiers are assigned to that adventure card.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right, so this, a new nutrient. All right, that's the adventure you're going on. There we go. There. So now his is different to where at the beginning of his next turn, he will get 3 Valor and 2 berries.
Yep.
Problem solved. And they all come back at that point. All right. So the other thing that I want to get in the habit of is now that this guy is done with combat, I want to bring him back so that I don't forget that people have
Sure.
soldiers available there. Okay. All right.
Okay. And then for my secondary action, I'm going to influence an officer.
Technically, that should stay until you're done, but you're influencing.
Until I'm totally done, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah,
I could
so,
like
fair
counterattack
point.
or something. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So I'm going to influence an officer. I'm going to spend one story to influence the.
You
You don't have a story, Andrew.
sir.
I thought I did. I got
Oh.
one from the military. I thought.
You did, and I did not put it up there. I apologize. That is correct.
Okay.
So that should be there. Yes. Sorry.
You're good. Okay, so I'm influencing the. Which one is it? The chief mate. I think.
All right. So coming over here, that will go there.
Yep. And so I'm also going to get the skill of savant, which I think is the fourth one down.
All right.
Yeah,
So let's.
pretty nice.
And the fourth one, which is the savant.
Yes.
Chief
So
mate.
whenever I complete or abandon an adventure, I learn a skill. And I pay costs, if any.
Wow.
And
And
you've got to pay a valor.
you
for that
have to
one.
pay a valor for that, yes, because he
Okay,
doesn't
so-
have any
Right.
stories.
So I will pay a valor for it. All right. And that's
All right.
it.
So real quick, Corey says, is episode 1 considered the jumping off point into episode 2 as far as complexity or just the story? I would argue that this is definitely a step up from episode 1. But that said, if you are used to any heavy cardboard games, you can jump straight into this if you want. But yeah, there you go. Okay. Let's see. Scouting the bonuses on the hex. All right. Oh. Oh, then I messed that up. So hold on. All right. So let me back up one little thing. You lose 1 point, Andrew. So I apologize. So Andrew will actually get 1 point back. I apologize. So what that is, and I should not have my berry. You only get the bonuses when you actually scout up there to do those actions. So
I see. Okay.
thank you. All right.
Okay. Oh, and all right. So we resolve an adventure action, right? So we have to do a scout, right?
Yeah, so it sort of depends whether you used my camp as the rally point or whether you use the gate as the rally point.
That is a fair statement.
It's your choice.
Well, I had to use. Oh, I guess that's true because I didn't have to be next. I guess I didn't have to use your camp.
So I'll leave it up to you.
Right. That's interesting. So I guess if scout happens, you might get an incursion on you, which would be bad for you. Sure. Yeah. Why not?
All right. So
Okay.
here we go. Scouting is triggered after an adventure or an outpost action. Okay. So scouting here, because he used, let me go back and show you guys this. So because the, what's the term? The jumping off point. The
adventure.
The rally point.
Thank you. The rally point chosen here, because it was there instead of the gate, whereas mine was a gate. All right. So then we're going to have the scouting is triggered. Okay. So the owner of the camp, in this case, all right, rolls the dino and the compass die. Okay. Now he does have a watchtower there, so he may re-roll one of these. Okay. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. So we get to see these two dice for the first time. All right. So that is, yeah. All right. So let's look at this. If he wishes to re-roll, and again, so you can see that is 2 tramplers and a shield head, and there you go. All right.
Starting with north and going counterclockwise.
Right. Thank you. All right. So it says find the target hex. All right. So starting where that is. Have a good one, Tony. All right. So starting at the rally point, north is north, and then going counterclockwise. We're going to place targets in there. Or we're going to place dinos, place the rolled dinos in there as it says. And there is a maximum of 4 dinos per hex, okay? Now, I do want to point out that it says it's triggered after an adventure and everything else. So we're doing this in the right order, okay? So now, here, the rolled dino, so looking at this, I want to make sure that we get this right. So, starting from here, going north, and that is a valid hex.
Well, no, that one's cleared.
I'm sorry, that's cleared.
Yeah.
So then going,
Right.
do it this way, there. Then going from there, anti-clockwise, it will come down to here.
Yep.
And then we're going to place, that is a valid hex. So we're now going to place 3 of those dinos, which that's going to be 2 tramplers. There's a party going on that hex. And a shield head, okay?
Yep.
There. And the bonus is 1 follower, okay?
Yep.
All right, so now coming back to this. Owner receives the printed benefit once. So in other words, Ken will get 1 victory point. However, that hex does have a watchtower. So he would get 2 victory points for that. Correct?
Yep.
All right, so any questions on that?
Yep. Makes sense.
All right, so Ken is going to bump up to 12 points. 12 followers. All right.
All right. So I have to decide whether I want to re-roll one of those dice.
You do.
But I think it's fine because there's not going to be an incursion.
Which
That's like some tasty tramplers for Andrew and I to skin and make into island resources.
that is true. And on that note, on the incursion, if 2 of these 3 are true, there will be an incursion. If the compass has a red die, the dino die has a red. If it's a red face on either or both of those, or 2 of them total, at least 1 dino was not placed due to being capped at 4. Well, none of those apply because they're both white face dice, and they could have been on reds, right? And only 3 were placed, so you're good to go. So no incursion, as you mentioned.
Sweet.
So, all right, so you're good?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
All right, cool. All right, so we will move those 2 dice back off. That was Andrew's turn. It's now my turn. All right. All right, getting back to this. All right, so first things first is... Oh, need to switch those out. I apologize. There we go. There we go. All right, so resolve an adventure card. Don't mind if I do. So there we go. So this says I need to draw target cards, challenge cards, sorry, and I get an island resource. So I will go ahead and grab the island resource, throw it on there, and then challenge cards. You know what? I think the easiest place to place these is going to be right there. So I'm going to shuffle these up. So these are for the light soldiers. So as you can see, really, I have 3 light soldiers on there. So that means I'm going to draw 3 of these. So 1, 2, 3, and I have 1 heavy soldier. So I'm going to draw 1 of the heavy soldier deck. All right. Later, Dark Tater. Thanks for hanging. All right, there we go. So now I get to keep 1 of these. There we go. All right. Oh my. I think we already know what I'm keeping.
The shield head, that one looks pretty fancy.
Yeah. All right. So I'll talk about these left to right here. And you know what? Actually, I think if I can push this up, you guys will be able to see them a little bit clearer. There we go. All right. Get 3 berries. However, I have to roll the threat die. That's just a regular 6-sided die that has 1 through 6 on it. You must roll that number or higher, or a soldier of that color So in these case, these are the light soldiers. One of my light soldiers that's on that card would die if I rolled a 1 specifically on that one. I can gain one valor. I can gain a story or a island resource. And that one, I have to look that up unless you know it off the top of your head. Ken, do you have that in front of you?
What is it?
The shield head one? I
do you
just
mean?
capture one, right?
You just get one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
goes
that
to
would
enclosure.
go into there.
Yep.
It's actually kind of tempting. But
I mean, the dinosaurs do some pretty cool stuff when you take actions. So
they do, especially the raptor. Nope, I'm going to go ahead and keep that one, which means I'm going to get 3 berries. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. But I need to roll. So here we go, hoping for anything but a 1. So we're good to go there. Cool. And all those cards get discarded to the bottom of their respective decks. Done. And that adventure is now complete. So a moment while I get the cards out of the way. Again, one person. I apologize. So that is complete. So they come back. And this is just going to go off screen, but hold on to it. There we go. So now I only have 1 in hand there. And I have a few more berries now. All right. Oh, hey, J-Rex. All right. So now that we have a couple berries, that allows me to move my leader, potentially, which is kind of nice. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Be able to place camps is kind of nice. Being able to place watchtowers is also nice. You know what, though? I don't have 2 food. I have no oh, wow, I have no food. So, I have no food, and I have 1 story and 1 modern resource. So, the easiest way to get food would have to be spend a berry to get food and then change stuff in over here. I could, but that feels so wasted, doesn't it? Doing that as an action? Ken, since you did it
I don't know,
already?
man. I did it already.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to needle you a little.
I'm pretty sure I've taken both of the resource gathering actions.
In fact, you have you not?
Yeah,
So,
I
you know
have.
what? I'm going to need food to be able to do anything I want to do. So, I'm going to go and take the book, I guess. And I can do both of these. So, I will turn in 1 berry there. And I will go and get 2 food for that. And then, for the bottom part, do I want to manipulate food, island resources, or modern resources? You know what? I think... Ooh, no. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll run the risk. That's it. All right. So that's that. And now, I think I will go ahead and spend those 2 berries that I just got. Because spend them if you got them, I guess. And I will go ahead and move my... I cannot! Never mind. I'll take my 2 berries back. Yeah. We have... Glory to Rome, sir. So I'm just going to make a smaller, since I forgot to move those over last night.
I hate it when I cause a glory to Rome by total accident. I'd prefer to do it on purpose.
I know. I do have a story. You know what? So I will go ahead and spend 1 story to influence an officer. And I don't have any stories, but I do have a valor. Okay. So looking at my board, who do I want to... If I go there, then the chief of security... That's not really what we're trying to do here. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure this out on my turn, which one, or afterwards. So I'm done. And I will figure out which one I'm going to influence based on what skill I want to get over on my board. So while I stall, Ken, go ahead.
Okay.
Unless that's going to mess with you.
No, it's cool. It's fine. I'm good. So I'm gonna take the megaphone, the open megaphone. Yeah, that guy. Yep. And I'm gonna put him in the politics area. Yep. I'm gonna spend 2 food. And I'm going to change one of those neutral hammers into a red hammer. Because the only thing better than a neutral hammer is a red hammer.
Clearly.
In my experience. For that, I will receive 2 points. 2 followers, because I have now 2 red dice on the board.
By the way, the names and colors on these have already helped me. I almost grabbed Andrew's just now, so there's that.
And for my secondary action, I will move my leader over to the training area.
Okay, that's not so bad. All right.
And I will definitely get a free light soldier.
So
and
you get
definitely
2 of
spend
those.
a food
Okay.
to get another light soldier. And then I think I will spend only 1 berry, and I will burn a follower for a story.
And so there. So there. So you're at 1 berry and 1 story, and you are burning them at the stake. It's a little dark, but okay. There we go. All right. And I've decided what I'm going to do now. Finally, it has nothing to do. I have enough on my plate. I'm not gaming the system here.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Is I'm going to go to the chief of security, and then when you come over here and look, is I'm going to actually take the bottom one. Is whenever you kill a steelhead, you get 3 berries. It seems like a pretty good thing.
Yeah.
So, so there we go. All right, cool. All right.
We've established the deliciousness of those berries. They
Right.
are
Seriously.
extremely tasty.
Yep. All right. So that was your secondary action as well, because you moved your leader.
Yeah, so I'm done. Don't
And you
forget
get to do that for free. That is so gross.
It is really
I'm sure Andrew will figure out a way to do that eventually. Yeah, you guys. I mean, it's not that hard. You guys can all do it. So.
Yeah, but still.
There's so many other things though, Ken.
I know. So
Squirrel!
I'll take those 2.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take those 2 light soldiers. Don't forget to put those on my board.
Thank you. Yes. I know. I only have 1 job. I know. All right, Andrew. So here you go. This is your situation. You have your leader over here. You have 1 available soldier. You have an island resource and a modern resource, and you have 1 valor. Good sir.
And my adventure has to finish first.
It does. So let's go ahead and do that. Yours is a whole lot simpler than mine, honestly. So here you go. You get 2 berries and 3 valor. No cards, no nothing. So there are your 2 berries and 3 valor. And then these all come back. There and 3 valor, which bumps you up to 4.
And because I have the savant, how do you pronounce that? God, savant skill. When I complete an adventure.
Oh yes.
Savant. There you go. Yes, I learn a skill. So I am going to learn the quartermaster skill from the chief engineer, and I can pay valor for that.
All right. So chief engineer is over here, and which one is that one?
That's
the free camp
constructing the camp.
Okay, same as I got right there, and that's going to cost you a valor because it had an exclamation point, so that will go right there. Okay, and you got that because of that one right there.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
All that making sense. So now that you guys, this is complete as well. All right. So I'm just going to move that up there. For those watching at home, is all this making sense? Are you able to follow along? Moving the cameras and everything hopefully isn't too jarring or anything. You guys are able to understand where everything is. I figure zooming's more important as opposed to just having this view right here. So, all right, Andrew, I will shut up. Take your turn, sir.
So I'm going to take that neutral hammer die, and put that under the build action and construction. So I will pay a berry to do 2 options.
Done.
So I'm going to build a oh wait, did I do this wrong? I did do this wrong. Hold on. That's right. Okay, I'm going to build an outpost with a modern resource and an island resource.
Okay. Oh, this one. All right. So
Yeah.
getting this back. So this will be here. So spending these.
Yep.
And now for the outposts. All right. So we have our first outpost.
And I also gain 2 followers for that.
You will gain 2, and I will go ahead and mark those off now on Andrew. So you're up to 11 now, sir.
Those
All
are
right.
all really good.
So those are dice placement spots, right? So the bottom one, the crash site, is 3 modern resources. The dinosaur boneyard is 3 island resources. And the top one, the signaling system, is you get a berry and you get to interact with any officer.
Yep.
I need to.
Those are good options. I will take the signaling system outpost.
There it is. That's what I needed. Okay. You will take the top one. Okay.
Yeah.
And here, I will grab that. And that immediately refills, I believe.
Yeah.
So we have the Veterans Retreat there. And that is, let's see, you get to take a settle action, and you can spend 1 food to place a settlement. Not terrible. All right.
That's
So now, sir, where would you like to place this?
So I'll put the outpost where Ken's camp is.
I feel like I'm all alone over here. All right.
Gotta
There's a
build
watchtower
watchtower
there. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and so that gets marked one of my settlements to show that's mine.
You got your 2 points.
Yep. Then, as the second action for this, I'm going to build a camp. Because I just got that quartermaster skill, the camp doesn't cost anything.
Oh, yeah, correct. So that is up here to do so. Okay.
And I'll put the camp. There's a lot of dinosaurs on the board.
Let me move on up so you can see that. There you go.
I'll put the camp over near you, Edward, and the hex next to yours.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're not so lonely.
Thank you. I was fine, though. Really, I was. All right. All right. So that was your main or primary action. So now a secondary, good sir?
So secondary, I think I'm going to move my leader.
I assumed you would have.
He will move to, or she.
Phoenix.
Sorry.
Yes.
She will move to the expansion area.
Okay. So right here.
Yeah. And I'm just going to do the marketplace action and get a food and a modern resource.
All right. So turn in the berry.
Yep.
Okay. A food and a modern resource. Okay. And that's it.
Yep.
All right. You're not at limits. You still
no
have,
run.
yeah, we're good. No incursion, no nothing. All right, cool. All right. So my action. I'm leaning towards a yellow hammer. Just FYI.
Yeah.
So
I hear
here is my situation right here. And the governor card, we haven't talked about that.
Yeah, you got it, right? So you can change your face for free.
Right.
That's nice.
It is. And that's you can always, correct?
Correct. Until you're not governor.
Until you're not governor, which is, well, after this
It'll
action,
change during the
essentially,
assembly,
for me.
right? Yeah.
So there's that, right? Okay, stay on target. So I have 4 soldiers available. I really, really want to be able to do those. So what I'm looking at is going on more adventures, potentially. Or building an outpost, kind of like what Andrew just did, which was the original plan. And I think I'm going to do exactly that. Or now that that's there, right? The problem is I only have 1 island resource, and I would like to have 3 of them. Ah. I can run the risk. Yeah, it's worth it to me. All right, so here we go. So I will take my hammer and not bother changing it, even though I can. So I'm going to do 2 of those actions. I will pay the berry in a little bit. So I will do the top action first. So I will spend a modern resource and a island resource. And I will go ahead and place an outpost as well. So moving over again to the outpost, I think, man, I like all of these. I'm not going to lie. I think all of them are really good.
Yeah.
But to be able to take a settle action, no, I'm going to take the dinosaur boneyard there. So I will go ahead and flip another, which that gives you, wow. That gives you a berry per player color die and 3 stories. These are not terrible.
Seems A-okay to me.
Yeah, right? Seriously. So I will go ahead and place this right here. I will place one of my settlement markers on it. That will score me 2 points. I will get those in a moment. And then I will go ahead and pay my berry to take a second action. And the second one is I can... oh, I can. Yes, I can. I can place a camp for free, just like what Andrew... So basically, I'm taking Andrew's turn. How's that?
Yep.
So I will run the risk of doing so there. Yeah, so let me give myself 2 points real quick so I don't forget. So I'm back up to 11. There we go. And for a secondary action, I only have 1 berry at this point. However, the other thing that I definitely wanted to do, I don't have a story. So what I'm looking at is I can't place my leader. Leader's already been placed. I cannot move my leader because I only have 1 berry. I cannot counterattack because there's no incursions going on. There's no fights going on. I don't have any stories. So it sounds like we're going to explore. So the leader is about to come back. So I'm going to grab a story and I'm going to grab an adventure card. All right. So I will grab a story and then the adventure card over here. Well, I'm glad Kevin is following along well, at least. So that's good. So of those 2, they both require 5 soldiers. I only have 4, but I'm going to have my leader back, which might feel a little short-sighted, but I think we will go and take the crashed airship since it is a plains area. So there we go. And look at that. I remembered to turn another one face up. And that is a Screeching Menace, which requires 4 soldiers on it. And it is a 2-stepper there. All right. So that's it. No incursion, no yada, yada, yada. So, okay.
Cool.
Yeah. One other thing I just want to remind folks is scouting is triggered after an adventure or an outpost action. So what that means is if anybody goes to either of those, there will be a scouting.
Yep.
Okay, so just as a quick reminder. All right, Ken, you're up. brother.
Noted. But there is a secret way to go to one of those that does not trigger an outpost action, I think. I'll show you what I mean right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to take one of those hammers and figure out where the heck I want to put it.
The whole world looks like nails.
I think the right thing to do for area control is to take second place over there in the old construction area. So I will do that. I will, I'll take a salvage action and grab a couple of modern resources. Yeah. And then for my secondary action, I will move my leader to the discovery zone.
I had a feeling that was coming. So, all right, moving on up. Will Jefferson. There we go.
And she will trigger the dinosaur boneyard.
All right, so you're getting to do one of these actions.
Right, but I'm
just
not placing
like
the die. So that's actually a good point of clarification. I don't know if it triggers it if you don't place the die.
I do not believe so. So let me double check. The first time that's come up. So
Yeah.
As a secondary
no.
action, right, moving your leader. If placing in discovery zone, resolve any one of the outpost action instead.
You're doing the action.
I would say yes, because it is technically an outpost action. So, Victor, if you're still in there, it's the first time that's come up for us. So, that's a good question. Does that trigger a scouting? My gut says yes, because it technically says after an adventure or an outpost action. You are taking an outpost action. It does not say
Yeah.
placing a die on an outpost action.
Right, you're doing the primary action in
Right.
that zone.
So I disagree with your work. I was curious to see what you were going to do with it, but
Yeah.
I would argue that it's clever, but not as clever as you thought it was.
Yeah, well, I guess if I have to trigger a scouting for you and give you
This
one
makes
point,
me happy. Victor has to look this up. All right, so I feel better about that. All right,
get
good.
a dinosaur incursion, I guess it's, that's okay.
All right, so here we go. 3 island resources.
Yep.
All right, so there we go. It's a question I didn't know we had, right? Try not to have any questions on stream, but on occasion it happens. So you got that. So assuming the answer is yes, okay?
Yep.
So let's go ahead and bust
Might as
this
well
out.
roll the dice.
There you go, right. So here we go. The owner of the camp in the outpost, meaning me in this case, so
Yep.
this is not a Ken question. This is a me question. I have to roll these now. All right. It does trigger, he said. So, yeah, I mean, It
Okay.
makes sense, right?
Yeah, I get that. Yep.
All right. So, here we go. So, just don't want 2 red faces. Okay. So, it's going to place 1 raptor, and it starts southwest. So, southwest being here. Now, technically, just so you guys can see this, if you look up here, there is a little compass for anybody that is directionally challenged. I'm a Marine. I did pretty good on land nav. So southwest being right down here. So then it's going to go clockwise. It goes around until we find a valid hex. We have a valid hex there. So we're going to add a raptor. He's just riding on his back, just chilling, as you do.
Yep.
All right. So then,
No incursion.
done. There's only 1 red face, so that's one of them. And then all of the dinos were placed, so there's no incursion. So no harm, no foul. All right?
And I think you get a follower for that, right? Because the hex where you place the dinosaur has a 1 follower benefit. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Because right here underneath has 1 follower, and if I had a watchtower there, it would be 2. So thank you. So that'll be up to 12, good sir. All right, cool, done. All All right, that is it for you. So now, Andrew, you do not have an adventure currently underway. So you're going to lose 2 points.
Yep, that's gonna happen.
And the reason for that is because he's using a die that is not his own or a neutral, and he must use it. So therefore, Andrew loses down to 9.
Yeah, wasn't much I could do about that.
Nah, not really. Okay.
Okay, so we are going to. We're going to send that red die to the settle action. An expansion.
Yep.
So I can spend the mountain resource and the food to settle.
And he does not have a trampler, so it's only going to be the 1.
Right. So I think I will build. I think I'm going to build in the training zone.
All right. So the other thing to keep in mind, because we're about to go into an assembly, is for majorities. Remember?
Right.
Okay. All right. Good.
Right.
You got it.
Right.
All right.
So I
training.
think I can place in the training zone. That ties me with Ken there. But also, then I interact with the officer there, which means I can put a cube there.
Yeah.
And that gets me the bonus right away.
Grr. So he gets 2 Valor, and then all of these, because as soon as it's full, it actually clears off, and they go up here. But these are permanently tied there for majorities when we get into the assembly. So he will get the 2 Valor. Hold on. Up to 5. Done. Okay.
And okay, so that was my primary.
You hold on. Where is that? You also, whenever you hold on. Hold on.
What's up?
Give me a second. For some reason, it's an either or. For some reason, this is tripping me up. It's messing up my head. Whenever you interact with an officer, it's a 1 or.
Right.
The only time you get to place the skill as well is as a secondary. So for those at home, that is probably the easiest way to remember that is it's always an either or unless it's your secondary. Then you actually get the skill in addition to that. So I apologize for being confused on that.
Interacting and influencing are 2 different things you can do.
You are correct, sir.
Okay, so I don't have any stories, so I can't influence an officer. There's no one to fight, unfortunately. So I guess I will just explore. I'll take a story.
I figured.
And an adventure card.
All right, so there is your story, sir, there, and it going on, or not actually going on, just adding it to your hand, as it were. There you go. So I don't want to assume.
I'll take the Screeching Menace card.
All right, so Screeching Menace it is, and there is a Forgotten Settlement that only requires 3 up there now. All right.
And the reward is the second reward is place a camp for free.
Checks out. That is true.
Pretty good if not you guys. Like you guys may be less excited about that.
Yeah. It's just, But I mean, it's the action of taking that you get to do, right? So either way, it's still good. All right. So that is the end of Andrew's turn. And if you look here, he doesn't have too many adventure cards. The no incursion. Check for assembly. The dice pool does happen to be empty. So therefore, we're going to have. There we go. Let's just clean that up. There we go. We'll do it this way. There we go. So we're going to have an assembly. All right. So if you were with us last night, this will be very familiar. If not, let's do it together, shall we? All right. So here we go. So the first thing we're going to do is check for zone majority. All right. Now there are 5 zones, remember, in this game. All right. So we're going to look at the first zone, which is sustenance, and then we're just going to go clockwise or left to right, moving up to the captain, up to discovery. So here we go. So what we're going to look at is 3 things. Dice of player colors, settlements, as well as leaders. So we're not looking at the officers though. So if we look over here, we have 1 blue, 2 blue versus 1 yellow. So the majority is going to be blue. So what that means is when we come over here, we're going to grab this sustenance voting card, which has votes on one side and it has resources as well as points on the other. And the resources are tied to what area it is. So this is going to go to Ken temporarily. And sustenance has to do with food. Training gets you a light soldier. Expansion will get you a story. Construction will get you a modern resource. And then discovery will get you an island resource. So
that one actually goes to Andrew.
I'm sorry, wrong color. Thank you. I'm sure he appreciates that. So we'll put that right below his camera. There we go. All right. Integrity. So this one, however, you'll notice it is 1-to-1. So training is actually tied. Now, when it's tied, this resolves immediately and nobody gets the actual tile. And what happens is those players are going to get the votes because we're voting for essentially kind of governor, but for the leader for this assembly. And this is going to be victory points here. So it's going to be a total of 3 votes plus 1 per settlement, regardless of the color. So that's 3, 4, 5. Then they each get half of that. So that is 2.5, and you always round down. So that's going to be 2 votes each. So 2 for blue there, and it's going to be 2 for red. And then nobody will get this tile. So we're just going to kind of put it cattywampus there like so. So that is the training area. Expansion, now if we look, has 1 red die and 1 blue die, or 1 blue leader. So it's going to work the exact same way, except expansion is going to be 3 votes plus 0 settlements. So that's going to be 1 vote each because there's no there. So they'll each get 1, and that will go back up there. So 1 here and 1 there.
Wait, so should we both be at 3 votes at this point?
Did I? My bad. Fine. That's why I zoom out, so you people can see this and check that, all right? All right, so now construction has 2 yellow and 1 red. So, hey, yours truly gets 1. There we go. And then we have up here for the discovery zone. Now, this one has to do with outposts, or is it, hold on, I want to make sure. I believe it's just outposts, but I want to make sure I'm not lying.
Yeah, the population is outposts.
And present is all pieces of wood and the leader, though. Okay.
Yeah, so 3 to 2 to 2, I think.
All right, so yellow.
Unless you want to count that red die that's hanging out near.
No, those go away. So, okay. All right, so in other words, for the captain one up here, so we're looking at pieces of wood plus leaders. So yellow has 1, 2, 3, red has 1, 2, and blue has 2. So I will go ahead and take that one as well. All right, so now that we have done that, now it becomes a little interactive, all right? So I also want to talk about everything player colored. Yeah, Victor says, yeah, just double checked. All right, so now what's going to happen is whoever has those cards, so in other words, I have those 2 and Andrew has that 1. We are going to secretly and simultaneously choose which side we want for each individual card. So in other words, I'll use this as the example here. If Andrew says votes, he would get 3 votes plus 1 for every settlement on there. So he would get 3 plus 1. He would get 4 votes. And then whoever is in second in that area, it happens to be me in this case, I will get to flip it over and I get to choose half of that, meaning I get to choose one or the other. So I either get a food or I will get 2 victory points. If he chooses this, I will get half of that, which is 3 plus 1 is 4. Half of that, I would get 2 votes. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. And for mine, I can choose individually. So now that I have done explaining that, you're both at 3 votes. I'm at 0. Give me a moment of silence so I can actually try and figure this out. So discovery is up there, which that is for out. Oh my. Okay, I have decided. So Andrew now needs to write down whatever it is he's going to give, and I will just show mine. I am ready when you are. All right.
Flip. Ready?
Yep, go for it. So that is votes. All right, and I am going votes for both of mine. All right, so we'll start over here. So we just said that that's going to be 4 votes for Andrew, which puts him at 7. And then on the flip side of that one, I will go ahead and choose the food. So I will get a 3rd food over there. And this will now go back over there. And then I chose votes for both of mine. So we'll start with the construction, which is going to be 4 votes for me down here. So that is going to be 4 votes there. And then whoever's in second, which is going to be red in this case, you can either get 1 modern resource or 2 points, sir. 2 followers.
Yeah, let's take a modern resource. Thanks.
I assumed 1 modern resource for you. And then votes up here for discovery is going to be 3 plus outposts, which is 4, 5. So that's going to be 5, which puts me at 9. And then whoever's in second there, now here is something that's interesting. They both are tied for 2. So nobody gets the secondary. So that worked out perfect for me. All right. So we have gone through all of these and now determined the assembly winner. Who has the most votes? So we have 7 for Andrew, 9 for me, and 3 for Ken. So yours truly wins. Yay. It's the first time I've won one of these. Hashtag spoiler. So I am going to score 10 points, and Andrew is going to score 5. Not to be outdone, Ken does score 3rd for 0. If tied, add and divide, right? So if Andrew and I both tied, it would be 15 divided by 2, 7.5 round down 7. But as it is, I get 10, Andrew gets 5. So 10 for me is going to be from 12 to 22. And Andrew is getting 5 from 9 to 14.
I was hoping you were going to be greedy, Edward. I was hoping.
No. I wanted to make, yeah.
Where's my score standing at?
I apologize. And Ken got his 0 to be at 13.
Okay, not as far behind as I was afraid.
No. So, okay. And I apologize that those aren't on camera the entire time. Just where am I going to put them? So here you go. How's that? That help?
That works.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. All right. So now we are not quite done yet because now we actually need to score the officers. All right. So score each officer, most influence, and then followers as shown on it. And then ties are friendly on officers here. All right. And then the other, whoever's in second, and if tied, you get half. All right. All right. So here we go. So over here, it looks like blue has this by themselves. So blue, this is, and I want to get the verbiage right on this, even though I understand it, I still want to make sure. All right, so the chief mate, you gain a follower for every pair of influence and skill cubes you have, regardless of which officer. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. And so it's regardless of which.
Oh yeah, it says regardless of which officer.
Yeah. Okay, just making sure. So it's 4 and 4 So that's going to be 4 points, sir.
All right.
All right.
Great.
So Andrew, up to 18. All right. There we go. The next one here, even though nobody is on the track, there are still cubes on it. So Chief of Security says for every adventure you have either complete or currently in work. So on an adventure. So as it is, nobody has any active adventures, but for Andrew, he has 1 complete, so he's going to get 2 more points. So it's going to be 20. And second place here is going to get half of that. So Ken does not have any adventures yet, so half of 0 is still 0. And I have 1 complete, so it's going to be 1 point for me. There we go. Moving on to the Chief Steward. Wah, 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 wah. All right, so moving on. Chief Engineer, yours truly. So for every piece of wood that I have up north, I get 1 or 2 points respectively. 2 for this one, so 2, 3, and 4 total. So 4, that would be up to 27. There we go. And last but not least, we have El Capitan up there. All right, El Capitan says for every captured type of dino, you get 2 points or 2 followers. And for every watchtower, you get 2. So you notice that red has a watchtower up there, so that's going to be 2. And no captured dinos, so it's going to be a grand total of 2 points to put them at 15. And that, folks, pretty much covers assembly. There's a couple of things to clean up. First thing, retrieve your leaders. So this will come back for yellow. Blue comes back there. And red will come back there. All right. The next one is, in a 3-player game, in the first chapter, population change does not affect us. However, in episode 2, it does. After the second assembly, we're going to add 3 more neutral dice. After the second assembly. This is the first, so we don't do that. Collect all the dice. So I will do all of that. So all the dice that are actually on the board. So there we go. And remove the just scored assembly tile. And then reset our vote tracker to 0 unless we have gotten some permanent votes, which are permanent votes, but nobody does. So there and there. And the last thing is the assembly tile shows we are done. And we are now officially 1/3 of the way through the game. But the game is now going to speed up now that we're not going to walk through every single minor thing, since the only thing you guys really haven't seen, I think, is an incursion. Am I correct?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So let me go ahead and get my handy dandy little dice tray back. And so now that you guys have seen an entire first round, if you will, what do you think? Still following along, everybody at home? So here we go. All right. And Andrew, so I'm not asking for your opinion, but are you able to follow along since you were not part of last night's play of Chapter 1?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I mean, I did read through the rules for Chapter 1 as well as this game, and this, I will say this one seems like there's a lot more going on. So.
Yeah.
I agree with that statement, for sure. But the nice thing with the Kickstarter is you get both, right?
Right.
Yep.
So there's that. Okay, who triggered that? Who was the last player?
Andrew triggered it, so you're up. Yeah, so you're up first.
All right, so whoever was the last player, it then just moves clockwise from there. So there we go. Let me go ahead and set these back up for those. There we go. All right. All right, Gooserino, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. All right, cool. So there we go. So I don't have an adventure, so primary action. Okay, the only thing, there is one other thing I needed to look up real quick, and I tried to do it but it just wasn't going to happen, so I apologize. Just give me just a second. Because I don't want to sound stupid asking an obvious question in public, so I'm going to look it up instead of asking. That's what I thought. Okay, so something, now that I looked it up, I don't feel stupid. Counterattack only comes into play if there is a current incursion, whether it's on your personal incursion, meaning for me, I have my incursion here. In other words, there are dinos coming into your camp. And even if it's not mine, if Andrew had an incursion, I then could fight his dinos as well. So it's only when there's an incursion can you counterattack. That's what I wanted to double check. That's all. All right. Cool. All right. So my actions. Let's see. Wow, that's a lot of megaphones. I do. Man. I guess that's what I'm going to do, right? Hold on. I'm debating whether or not to basically take the military action and then go on an adventure after that. Because it would only take, I think so. I think we're going to try it. So we're going to go ahead and do a military action, although it requires food. Nope. We're going to step back one, but you're so limited on the number of actions you can take, you know? So I'm going to actually go ahead and take the neutral into politics. And from there, I will go ahead and spend 2 food. I have one more, and I'm good to be able to do it. Yes, just making sure. So 2 food here. I will spend of my 3 food there. And I will go ahead and change out one of the backpacks, I think, or one of the megaphones. I had a lot of megaphones this turn. I'll go and change out the backpack. Yeah. So backpack there becomes a yellow backpack. And I will score 1 point for every yellow die out here. That's going to be a total of 2 points. So that'll be up to 29, or followers if you prefer. Okay. So there's that. And then for a secondary action, because I did not do what I planned on doing, I'm not going to use my leader there. So I think it's not super sexy, but I do have, I do have a story. It's so tempting to get new skills because skills are so much fun. So I will go ahead actually and spend my story. Oh, sorry. I will spend my story from here, and I will choose to interact with one of them out here. I am planning on going on another adventure. So I think we will go ahead and grab that. And now that will put me in a tie for first over here. And then looking over here on my player board, bring you all over with me, looking at the chiefs of security, I'm planning on probably killing some stuff. So these get an extra hit on those various types. Wow, all of these are really, really tasty. But you know what? There's about to be some raptor death. So why don't we do that? And there's no exclamation point, so I don't need to pay for it. So there we go. So anytime I kill a raptor, that's going to be 2 valor. And the turn of the yellow player is complete. That was relatively quick.
Well, heck.
Brianna, this one looks so good too. Just take my money, Kickstarter. Well, actually, I would argue that it's Mind Clash, but yes.
I don't think I can get too cute here. I think I've got to get some military and get some adventuring happening.
All
So I'm going to go to the military action.
All right, and one of the neutral, I assume. Okay.
And I guess I'll spend one berry.
Which is your last berry, sir.
Yep. Be able to take 3 of those actions. So I will get a free light soldier. I will pay one of my island resources to get a heavy soldier. And I will spend a follower for a valor.
So right here, there. So, okay, so that will get you up to 2 and down to 14, sir. Okay.
Good deal. So I will then take the adventure action.
With your leader?
Yes, with my leader.
Okay,
Yep.
Gotcha. As your secondary. All right.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
All right.
So I get to do 2 of these.
At
The
max.
The first one I'm going to do is to try and kill some dinos.
Let's go. So first off, here, let's go ahead and move this up. Where would your rally point be, sir?
It's going to be my camp.
All right, so what I'm going to do, just to make this easier, is I'm going to mark where that is. There, okay?
Oh, wait, because I'm going to receive a scouting after this, aren't I?
Yeah, exactly. That's hence why I asked.
So I can't clear very easily. Interesting. All right, I'll actually make it your camp, Edward. I'll make it your camp north of there.
That means you're going to kill those dinos that I plan on killing next. You are a terrible human being.
I definitely am going to do that.
Wow, glory to Rome to you, sir.
The first thing I'm going to do is to kill some dinos in the adjacent hex. I'm going to go to the hex with all the dinos. The other one. The other one over here. Right, because I can do them both from there. Yes, thank you. You're right. That's actually what I should do. You're right. That's what I should do. So I will.
Hold on. Did you mean this camp?
No, you figured it out. You solved the puzzle for me. Thank you.
I hate you so much right now.
I'm going to kill the shield head and the raptor.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah, the way I'm going to do it.
All right, so I will do we'll do this one there. So it is the card on the right. So what are you bringing to the party? You currently have.
I'm going to kill the raptor with a valor so that it doesn't kill any of my soldiers.
All right. So now actually you want to explain to folks why that is.
Yeah, so raptors kill soldiers that damage them, basically. Like if a soldier fights a raptor, it's going to die. Shield heads do the same thing. Like if a soldier fights a shield head, it's going to die. And tramplers, every other trampler that's killed by a soldier dies. Or every other soldier that kills a trampler dies, basically. So I think the way to do this is to spend a valor to kill the raptor, and then spend my heavy soldier to kill that shield head, and he's going to also die in the process.
You are spot on. So spending 1 valor to kill or to attack to neutralize the raptor. Yeah. So we're just going to put it over here for a moment. And then the heavy soldier that you just got is now in combat over here. Okay.
And also dead.
Oh, he will, because the shield head will also kill him. So he's just going to die. So we're just going to put him over there. Now the question is, what are you going to do with those 2 over here?
I think I'm gonna take the follower for the raptor.
Okay, so you're going to kill that. So right here. Okay.
Yeah, I will store that shield head in my enclosure.
Excellent. All right. So we have our first captured dino. Congratulations, sir. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. So 1 point for Ken. So that will be to 15, sir. All right.
And then with my other action, I will clear a hex. And the question is which hex to clear.
While you're thinking about that, I do want to point out that these have to be different actions. So that's why he can't do that twice. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I will clear.
And your options are this one or that one.
Yeah. I'm not sure I really want to. I guess there's already a Valley Hex open if we wanted it, so it doesn't really matter too much. I'll clear the hex at the bottom with the berry on it.
All right, but you do not get the berry. We have
I don't get the berry, but nobody else does either. So.
That is a statement of fact, sir. All right. So you have cleared it, and now you're going to start an adventure.
I'm going to start an adventure. It's the only one I have that I can start. And I think 4 light soldiers, so I might as well send them all since I get two card draws.
All right, so it's going to be on this one. It's the only one he can, like he said, because he's not at the temple. You have to be at the temple to do so. So all 4 of them are going up there. Excellent.
That's it.
And that was your secondary action because that was thy leader. That was Adelita. All right, cool. Andrew, you're up. Check that. Stop. Thank you. I just realized that. So here we go. So again, I am going to roll some bones. All right. All right. So, wow. Okay. So from this hex, southwest, here, going anti-clockwise, so boom, boom, goes there. It's going to be 2 tramplers and a steelhead. All right, so you notice neither of those dice are red, so there's not going to be an incursion because I was able to, well, it doesn't matter actually because both those are white. So we'll do like that. And again, if I were standing these up, it wouldn't be a problem. But again, just trying to make it so everybody at home can see what those are as well. And by home, I mean the players as well. So no incursion, so we're done. Done.
And did you get your point, Edward, for that?
No, thank you. I keep trying to cheat myself.
Yep.
I'm going to get you guys 1 point at a time, up to 30. All right, there we go. So back up. Not a big deal, but just I think this is a good thing that Victor says is when you spent valor, you could spend 1 valor per soldier, since a heavy soldier was fighting, so you could only spend 1. Does that make sense, Ken?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Okay, so if you had 4 soldiers fighting, you could have spent 4 valor total.
But I couldn't have killed them with only valor, is what you're saying.
Correct. You have to throw bodies into the churn. Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. Good deal. All right, cool. So Andrew, you're up.
Yeah. I think we are going to adventure as well. So we'll use the neutral backpack.
Yes, sir.
So I think we'll start from my camp on the left as the rally point.
Right here. All right, I'm just going to put it there. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to fight the dinos that just came out, that Ken put out.
Okay. So I will bring that back, and there will be a scouting as well. You know what? I probably ought to do them in the other order. There we go. All right. So how are you doing this? You have 3 light and a heavy, and your leader, which also counts as a heavy soldier for this case.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think the best way I can do this is to send in 2 light soldiers against the shield head.
Okay.
And then use 2 valor to kill the tramplers, or to defeat the tramplers. Because then,
because they only need 1 damage each. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So I lose 1 soldier, but and 2 valor, but otherwise.
All right. So these 2 and 2 valor. So these 2 will go into combat. Again, I'm just doing this step by step.
Sure.
So dropping that from 5 to 3. So that was a total of 4 damage you inflicted on them. Oh, hold on. Let me go back to this. 4 damage. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's good. And then the steelhead, either way, you're going to lose 1. All right.
think, yeah, there's no way to get around losing a soldier, I think. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, I should say you defeat them, so we don't know what you're going to do with these yet. So one of those soldiers is going to die a glorious death.
Heroic,
And now
yes.
the question is, are you going to kill them? You can keep up to one of these if you wish.
Right. So I have the skill that gives me an island resource for killing tramplers. So I think I will kill the tramplers because that'll get me 2 points and 2 island resources, and then put the shield head in my enclosure.
All right, roger that. I assume that's what you were doing, but it's your game, so I don't want to dictate. So we will go. Hold on. There we go. So that will go up here, and that will give you 2 island resources as well. Done.
Yep.
And the reason you're going to get 2 points is because you killed 2 tramplers, so a follower each. So there you go. So that is 22. Cool.
Okay. Then I am.
You're welcome, Martine. Glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, I'll be honest. I know I'm not supposed to, but dude, I'm really digging both of these games. I really am.
Ken, glory to Rome, that leader, man. That is.
I know. That's what I was going to do too. So.
I really need that guy to not be there.
Well, you know what? I'll probably try to move her to where you want her to be next time.
Clearly, yes, yes.
Fantastic. So. God,
Did you want to take the gather action, Andrew?
I did.
You're a terrible human.
Oh, shucks.
I guess I will. Oh, so right. Sorry. So we need to still do the second of the adventure actions because that was just the first the combat.
Correct. That was the combat. Yep.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have enough soldiers left to do an actual adventure, actual clearing a hex. So we'll build a camp on the hex right next to the rally point.
All right, and that is free for you.
Free from the quartermaster. Yep.
And you said, hold on, from here, so it has to go there.
Yeah, it has to
there
go
you go.
there. Yeah.
Right. All right.
Okay.
So that is
then,
that action. Now we're going to have a scout.
Right.
Here.
Scout.
And that is going to be yours because it's your camp. Okay. All right. So here we go. I will say the one advantage, the one nice thing about having you guys at home as opposed to here is I get to roll the dice, which, you know. So. Oh, here we go. All right. So we're going to have an incursion for the first time. So hold on. We will put those there now. All right. So it starts from this hex and goes to the northeast. Northeast being this direction. That is a valid hex. So all 3 are going to go there, which is going to be 2 raptors and a trampler. So
that sounds like fun.
Yeah. So that'll be 2 tramplers and 2 raptors. All right, so now we have our first incursion. We know that because if 2 of the 3, so red die, and the last one did not happen, so okay. So now, move all dinos from the target hex to the player's incursion area. Okay, so in other words, where we just placed those, they are going to come and visit your camp. That's exciting. Okay. So the incursion marker, there is a marker on each of our incursions spots. So that is actually going to go here. And then these 4 are all going to come hang out.
That incursion area is looking crowded, Andrew.
It is.
Huh.
I am seriously considering counterattacking that and getting all my guys dead, but might be worth it.
Yeah. So I do want to point out your late soldier over here is unavailable. He's still alive, but unavailable. But you do have them and you have your leader as well.
Right.
So that is what an incursion is. Now, you still have your secondary action, sir. Which that may have changed what you were going to do.
Yeah, I think it did.
Doesn't he get an adventure card too because of the bonus on the?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because of the hex where they came from, the bonus on there.
Oh, right, because you get whatever that is. That is true.
Right.
Thank you. Yep. So, thank you. So, the incursion area actually switches places with the camp.
I'll take the
Yeah.
Forgotten Settlement. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Because it also it takes the camp population away from a.
Right. The camp is no longer helping me.
Oh, so
Yeah.
this goes here and this will go away, right?
Leave those on there for the rest of the round.
That.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Okay, so the camp came off. Gotcha. Thank you. All right, so which one would you like, sir?
I'll take the Forgotten Settlement card.
All right. And we have a Comrade in Distress. Ooh, keep 3 cards. Wow.
Pretty tasty.
That doesn't suck. All right, so this is going into your hand, so I'm just going to kind of stagger it like that. There we go. Okay, cool.
Okay, so here's the question. If I send the leader into combat, what happens after the combat? Is he or is she not available to place anymore?
Only for this round right here, or not round, but for this action, which it's your secondary, so it doesn't matter. They're
Right.
going to be available immediately right afterwards.
But would I have to pay? Would it be? Would I have to pay
No, they
berries
come
to
back
move them?
onto your player tableau, so you won't have
Okay.
to pay berries to move them back. No.
Got it. Okay. In that case, then I think I will counterattack.
Okay.
So I can send in my leader
And we
and a
will.
light soldier
Okay.
and spend a valor. I
Okay.
think that would kill everything.
You come out clean. Yeah, that's right.
All right. So
The soldier will die. But,
so
you know.
light
No,
soldier,
actually, you shouldn't if you use the valor.
light
'Cause the leader
soldier
killed both raptors.
there.
But 2 tramplers will kill a soldier, right? That's because
Well,
it's
but you're
2.
going to use a valor on one.
I don't think there's because if I use the soldier on the trampler and spend a valor, yeah, how does that work? I think
I think it may survive.
So if you use your leader, because leaders are invulnerable, or they're
Right.
you know. So
the
if
leader
you,
will do 2 damage.
so you
So the leader
could
could kill the raptors.
right, and then
but
you
then-
spend 2 valor and not send the.
Well, I can't spend valor if I don't send a soldier.
Yeah, you're right. It does. Yeah, the way it reads is, for every second trampler defeated, return a soldier used to assign.
Yeah.
Return a soldier used to assign damage to a trampler from your player board to the spot.
Yeah, I think no matter what, the soldier's dead.
Yeah. Oh,
So
right. 'Cause to spend 2 valor, you have to have 2 soldiers. You're right.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
So
So
I spent 1 valor and the soldier and the leader, and then the soldier will die.
correct. So that will go away. The leader, the soldier died. The leader is technically over here for now. So
Yep.
all 4 of those are defeated. All right. So
Right.
how would you like to assess them? This is a separate combat, so you can capture one of them if you would like.
Right, but I can't have different types of dinos in the same enclosure, which means I'd have to get rid of my shield head to keep one of them.
Yep. Doesn't seem like a very good deal.
I kind of wanted to keep the shield head for later, so I think they're all going to die.
All right. So that is going to be 4 points and 2 island resources, sir.
Yep.
Solid.
1, 2, and 4 points. That is up to 26. There we go. And all of these go away. And now that you have the incursion cleared, what will happen is your camp is now back to active, and that will go there.
And you don't lose 3 points at the end of your turn.
Right, which
Yeah,
is
also important.
which I will show folks. Come on, there we go. Right here, Dino Incursion, lose 3 points. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, that was why I didn't want to wait on dealing with them.
Hey, you survived, right? So there you go. Good
Some
job.
of us did.
Touche. All right. Well, boy, that is amazing that did not all dump. Give me just a second. All right. That's going to have to, yeah, because I don't know. So, all right. No harm, no foul there. Grabbed one of my shelves on this that moves.
Yikes.
All right. Yeah, that could have been ugly. So, my turn. You have completely decimated what it was I was going to do this turn. Wow. That is really unpleasant. There are no dinos left. All right. I still need one more soldier, but now I can't go there because. You know what? You're allowed 3 cards in hand, so all right. I will go ahead and spend a bullhorn, and the megaphone has to go onto that space if it's possible, as I mentioned earlier. So I do have 1 berry left, and I have 1 food left. So I think what we're going to do is spend a berry, so I get 3 actions total. So I will spend the berry and the food there, because resources. I will get the free for 1, spent a food for 2, and the third is going to be, I'm going to take my food back. And for my second action is going to be to essentially spend 1 point for a valor and then use that valor to draw a card. So that's my 3 actions. The freebie and then those. Okay? So
Cool.
This will come over. The card will come over. It's going to be the Comrade in Distress because that just looked too juicy not to take it. And now we have Claiming the Overlook as an available action. So that is now, those 3 are in my hand there. And for my secondary action, I would love to be able to go there. Alas, I cannot. And I don't have berries. So, just to be funny about this on top of everything else, the gather action, which gets you berries to be able to move your leader, is actually over here as well. So it's just kind of a, it's just a pisser, right? You know what I mean? So I think
whoever went there was a real jerk.
seriously, right? I don't have any stories either. So since I'm so poor on resources, I think all I'm going to do is take 2 resources. So I will go ahead and take a story. I'm actually going to take 2 stories. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 stories. And that is my turn. Done.
All right. You guys keep talking about this gather action. What even is it? I should probably go find out.
All right.
So I'll take one of those neutral megaphones and go over there.
Okay.
And I'm going to take the top, and I'll take 2 berries and a food.
You actually can do both, by the way.
Yeah,
you are allowed to do both.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's definitely what I was planning to do. Yeah, so and then I'll take 2 more berries and another food.
So it's 2 berries and a food, and then 2 more berries and a food to get rid of your shield head.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's going to be 4. Sorry, I didn't realize you were being coy.
Yeah.
My bad. So that is everything you got for that gather action. That seems efficient and useful. Useful. So
and then for my secondary action, I'm going to move my leader over to the expansion area. You're welcome, Andrew.
Doesn't matter now.
All right, so coming over there. Okay.
Yep. And I'm going to use the politics action again. So I'm going to spend that 2 food I just got. Yep. And I'm going to turn that neutral megaphone into a red megaphone.
God,
Only
glory
thing better
to Rome,
than lethal
Ken.
megaphone is a red megaphone.
Glory to Rome, Ken.
I'm pretty sure you wanted the hammer, right? Yeah. So, and that's 3 points as well.
A moment. We've hit the over. Just FYI. Hit the over.
I don't think I'm going to win this game, but I do think I'm winning in Glory to Rome's.
That is a statement of fact. You're up to 18 now, sir. Okay.
You know, coming to this, I was thinking, man, it'd be nice to play a game with Ken again, and now that feeling is just gone.
Oh, man.
Andrew, those are your resources. And now, hold on. Your leader is back on your board, and you have these two here.
Shit, guys. I'm sorry. I've totally spaced. We were supposed to do my adventure at the start
You
of
are
my
correct.
turn.
We did drop the ball on that. So a moment. Because step 1, resolve adventure card. It happens. All right. So over here, you're looking at drawing, keeping 2, and you get a valor. So we'll just give you the valor now. And you're going to keep 2. We're going to draw 4 of those. Okay. And you know what? I'm just going to put them over here on your board. And the one casualty of me flipping that is the 4 cards that I had actually got shuffled in because I didn't know which they were. So, alas. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's a skill. And 4. And you get to keep 2 of those, good sir.
Did you say that's a skill?
That is. It's a skill and 2 points. However, he's going to die because that's a 7.
Yeah, it's totally worth it, though. Okay, so just a ruling from the group.
Yes.
If I take the skill Savant, do I get another skill when the adventure is over?
I think you would.
Hold on. If you get the skill from the Savant, which is this one, I would say yes. That makes sense. So yeah.
Well, I'd say 2 skills for 1 is worth a dead light soldier. So I'm going to go with that.
Unless you're them. All right. So you're paying. You have a story.
I'm still pretty sure I'm right about that. That guy's a hero.
A story or a valor, sir, because of the exclamation point.
We'll use a valor. I guess I've got more of those than I've got stories.
All right, and you just got a valor for that, so there's that. Okay.
And I also score 2 followers for that.
You do. So 2 points. That'll be up to 20.
Yep. Then I'll take the freebie island resource for my other one, I think.
All right. So you got your island resource. You got the skill. You got that. So those are now done. One of your soldiers will die for that because it's a 7. Not even going to bother to roll. So those all go away. That card is complete. So now, because, hold on. I'm getting lost in my head again. Does that make that to where they are unavailable for this round?
This round or next round?
I think they're available.
Let me check. Hold on. I believe so. Yep, I believe so. So these are now available. So we will move the cards. All right. So there. Your soldiers technically were available, but your turn's over. So.
Okay.
So there we go. And you would get another skill.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
So okay, I see which ones I have. Man.
Take care, Kevin.
So many of these are good.
So Andrew, while you're thinking, Ken, go ahead, do that. So because it's not going to affect us.
Yeah.
So Andrew, go ahead and take your turn, sir.
All right. So God, Ken, it's the worst. All right.
I'll take the persistent.
Which is.
It's captain number 3.
Captain 3. All right, so whenever you move your leader...
Instead of moving, I can stay where I am and take the same action over and over again.
Oh, that's gross. Don't be anywhere I want to be. Okay. And yes, Victor confirms that we played that correct. So.
Sweet.
Cool.
All right, Andrew, you got a bunch of
yeah.
island resources. Hey, Vince.
I'm gonna take my I'm gonna take one of your yellow backpacks, Edward.
Okay, so that
I
drops you
lose
2
2
points, correct? So down to 24. Not what I anticipated. Okay.
I'll put it in the military area.
All right, there, and we'll go there. Okay.
Yep. So I am not spending any berries. But I have
the one that
trainer.
gives you the third, right?
Yep. So I get 3 effects. So I'll take a free light soldier, pay an island resource for a heavy soldier.
Got it.
And then pay a follower for a story.
And a follower, so 1 more down to 23 for a story. Got it.
Okay. Then I am going to... I'm going to move my leader over to the sustenance zone.
You haven't placed your leader yet. I apologize.
Yes.
So here.
Yeah.
God, I hate you. I really was hoping. I knew it wasn't going to last, but I was hoping.
So can I look at my adventure cards?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, hold on 1 second. There you go.
Okay. So I will... Ooh, those are both pretty good. I'll put all 4 of my soul. So I'm going to use the adventure action.
I assumed here. So okay.
Yeah.
So here we go. So you're going to clear an area first.
I'm going to clear an area.
And where's your rally spot?
I'll put the. Oh, do I want to have a? That's a good question. I will put the rally point. You know what? I don't really want to deal with it anymore. Yeah, I'll do it there because I don't want to deal with more dinosaurs showing up.
Okay.
I was just weighing the pros and cons of more dinos.
All right. So clearing here,
clearing that X, yep.
or technically could clear that one, but all right.
Could clear that.
I think if you clear that one, Edward will not get a scouting, right? Because there's no eligible hexes nearby.
Right. That's why I want to do that because I don't want to have any scouting.
Oh no! Shoot, actually, there's that. You guys see that space that's like on the edge? That's a berry. I think that's where the scouting will come from. Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, then I should do a rally point on my own space. I think. Yeah, put the rally on my camp then, right next door. And then I will. So I'll clear the same hex. And I'll put all 4 soldiers on the Screeching Menace card for this.
All right, so must be all 4, so checks out.
Yep.
All right, there, and I will also, hold on, where did I, oh, there it is. This will be right there. So, getting ready to go on to the first one next turn. Hey, Navaneeth. All right.
Okay.
So that was one of the available.
Right. And second one will be to place a free camp in that same space.
You guys are real annoying with these free camps, I'm not going to lie.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of annoying to where you can move your leader for free. I can relate.
This is one of those games where, like, everybody's moves are broken in a different way.
Yeah, right. If everything's overpowered, nothing is, but in a good way. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And Victor confirms the edge hexes are always eligible for scouting, but
so it's no safe space basically.
Right, exactly. So
okay, so now we have scouting in that area. I'm gonna deal with.
So I am going to do similar. I will go ahead and take my...
Sorry, Edward. You got to do the scouting first.
Oh, God. Yeah, my bad. Thank you. I'm sorry. So scouting.
So I
Rolling
rolled
bone.
dice, yeah.
Right there. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yep.
Getting excited. My bad. All right. So here we go. All right. So southeast from that is here. And that is not valid. So it goes anti-clockwise. So it goes here. That will be 2 raptors and a trampler.
Okay. But no incursion, which is very
Correct.
important.
And you get a adventure card for that.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
So come on over, and there you go.
So what's the one on top? The one above?
Hold on. It kind of it got wonky there. Let's try that. There we go. So that is a 5-soldier raptor hunting ground. But man, is that tasty.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Ooh.
I'm going to be ambitious.
It's a mountain hex. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
There we go. And that one only takes 2. It's a trophy hunt. It's not nearly as exciting, though. All right. So, so this will be your 4th card. Nope, 3 in hand.
Oh,
Sorry,
right,
3 in hand. I am lying to you. You're fine. There you go.
Okay.
All right. So now it's my turn. I apologize. Again, when you're doing, one job. So, all right. So now, there we go. So, I will go ahead and, I got all these soldiers. I might as well kill some stuff. However, I guess a moment. Raptors kill no matter what, right? So.
Unless you kill him with your leader, but is your leader already placed?
No, he is not. That's a fair point. And I do get a ton of valor whenever I do this. So I'm trying to debate where the rally hex is going to be. I kind of like the shield head, but there isn't a place anymore with a shield head and raptor because I get 3 berries for the shield head and 2 valor for the raptors whenever I kill them. So I think I will go ahead and do my own up here as the rally point. And that will be, it's points, right? Or I could just kill that shield head by myself with my leader. That actually isn't a bad idea. Yeah, let's do it. All right. So my leader is actually going to be unavailable for the rest of this round, or the rest of this turn, as it were. Okay? All right, have a good one, Victor. Thanks for hanging out, man. You did great. So, yeah, 18-month-old won't go easy on me tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Get some sleep. And, really appreciate you hanging out with us. I appreciate the game. You guys did great with us. All right, so I am going to use my leader to kill the shield head. It's not a fish. So I will do so, and I will go ahead for doing that for the combat. It will not hit me back because of the fact that it's my leader. So there's that. I am going to kill it. It's going to be 2 points, and because of my board, because of what I have on that, that is going to be 3 berries. 2 points and 3 berries seems pretty good. So there we go. And 2 points will be up to 32. There we go. Done.
And you get a second adventure action too, right?
Say again?
You get a second adventure action?
I do, which is going to be, Yeah, to clear a hex, it's going to be the one that I just cleared, actually. There. And that will allow me to start an adventure. And I am going to do the Comrade in Distress one, which is this one. It requires 3. Or the crashed airship. The crashed airship only allows me to keep one of them. The extra, nope, we're going to do the Comrade in Distress. So that allows me, or requires me, to put 3 on there. And I get to keep 3 cards. But I'm going to go ahead and place those 2 and there. I'm running a risk with an incursion, but I'm going to put a 4th one out there as well. Done? All right, so that's done. So now there's going to be a scout. So the scouting, and that's going to be here. So no red stuff. Oh, boy. This is bad. Okay, so, and I don't have my leader. So that is going to be northeast. So it's going to be northeast, which is here, and it goes anti-clockwise, so it'll go there. Oh, wow.
No, they scout from there. That's a legal scouting
Oh,
spot.
you're right. It is. Check that. So it's going to be 2 raptors are going to come on in. So let me go ahead and move my incursion marker over here. So,
do you have any available soldiers? Oh, you've got some.
I have 1, and I have 1 valor. So there's that, and it is a trampler. There we go.
Oh, so you actually can't kill them all with your.
Thanks for pointing out that. Yes, I appreciate that.
Sorry, I was just trying to do the math in my head.
Okay, so these guys will now come over onto my incursion area. All right. Well. All right. So I can kill 2. Ooh, here, and Victor's gone. I would. Oh no, never mind. It's the order of operations, right? I'm trying to game the system and I can't.
Well, the other thing is like you can only use 1 valor per soldier, and you've only got 1 soldier, right?
Okay, fair point. Yes. So I think what I will do, I'm going to lose the 3 points no matter what. So I might as well gain the valor. So what I'm going to do...
You can take a totally different action, too. You don't have to counterattack.
I don't have to, but I'm going to, because it gets me a ton of valor for doing so. So I'm going to send this soldier into the fray in 1 valor, and he's going to kill the 2 raptors. He's going to die for doing so, but it's going to get me 4 valor for doing that. So
nicely done.
Because of my right here. So, and he dies a hero. So there. So the 2 raptors go away. I could trap 1, which then a raptor will do 2 damage to anything else it fights, except for other raptors. But unfortunately, that is the end of my turn. And I do this only for the peanut gallery. I'm helping you guys out. So there is still an incursion. So I will lose 3 points. The things that I do for the peanut gallery. 29. Done. Ken, you're up.
All right.
And remember, you guys can solve that incursion. And if you do, you get 4 points for doing so.
Yep. I'll think about it.
Well, if you don't, I will. I'm not worried about it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I solve it, I get an island resource.
And 4 points.
And 4 points. So that's not so bad.
It's really not.
But probably not as good as a full action with my leader. So
Fine.
I am going to, unfortunately, have to... You guys are all losing points on the next 3 actions anyway.
Well, unless someone takes my die, I'm not. But
Well, if I take your die, you are.
yeah,
But then
you're
you're
losing 2
losing,
points.
so it's a net.
I know.
Right,
But
yeah.
I don't want to spend a story to do the build action. So I guess it's a net 0 if I do it that way. So I'm gonna take the blue. I'm gonna take the blue hammer.
Down to 18.
Yeah. And I'm going to take a build action. And I can spend a berry to do 2, so I'll definitely do that.
Okay, so that's all your resources there.
Yeah. I will spend 2 island resources to build a watchtower.
All along it. All right.
Yeah.
And where would you like to build that?
I would like to build it in the totally empty space up there near the top.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay. And that
I'm also
allows you...
What's up?
Go ahead.
I'm also going to spend a modern resource to build a camp in that same spot.
Okay. So there and a camp will go there. And it allows you to interact with Oh Captain, My Captain.
With the captain. Yeah. Her resource is an island resource. I've already got so many of her skills.
Oh, the captain's skills? Yeah, you got 3 of them.
I mean, the friendly is kind of nice, but I'm not really sure how often I'd use it. I'll go ahead and place another influence on her card.
His. Hers? His. His.
Yeah, I keep thinking it's a woman, but I guess it actually is a man. I don't know.
I don't think it matters. It's whatever you want it to be.
That's right. It's a captain of some gender.
Oh, I'm like, wow, there's gunshots out. Oh, wait, no. 4th of July going on. Okay, my bad.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And then secondary action for me.
Uh-huh. You can counterattack, just reminding you.
I can.
When you lose by 4 points, just...
I know. Right? I need military, and I have berries right now, so I think I'm going to move her over there to the training area, and take a military action.
All right. So you have 2. Sounds like 4.
Yep.
Okay. 4 actions.
Yeah, I'm going to spend I'll get a free guy. That's always good. I will spend an island resource to get a heavy.
Okay.
I will purchase a valor for a victory point.
Okay.
And then I need an adventure card, right?
You can get one with that valor you just got.
Yeah, we're starting to run out of plains tiles, aren't we?
There are these 3 left. Oh, you can't see that. These 3 left, right there.
Okay. I'll take whatever the valley one is.
All right. Well, it's only 2 soldiers, and it's not nearly as sexy though, because you only get a story and 2 votes, but it's 2 votes for a trophy.
Yeah. What the heck?
All right.
We'll take that one. And
All
that my number 3 there is dead. I finished that one.
Oh, you did finish that. Thank you. Yes, you did. Thank you. And I'm just going to put it right there off to the side. All right. So there. And
don't forget to give me my soldiers.
And your points, right? You lose a point for that. Thank you.
To take a point away.
Yep. Got it. All right, so 17. Done. All right, Andrew.
Okay. So first we got to do the first stage of that adventure.
We
right?
do. All right, so here we go. So it looks like it's going to be 2 and 2 for your adventure. So again, normally you would have already done this before we're going right now. But as it is, one person doing this again. So what we will do, so there we go. So we have room. So it's going to be 2 and 2. So 1, 2, and 1, 2. And the only one that is a roll a 2 or higher, that is roll 5 or higher. The other thing that I want to point out is after you complete this, you're going to be able to keep one of these and you will get a story. All right. But then you can either complete it, call it good right there, or you have to roll a 3 or higher or else you lose a soldier. Now, even though you only have 4 soldiers on here, even if you were to lose some soldiers from rolling there or from the rolling moving over to the second stage, as long as a minimum of 1 soldier survives, you're good to go. So what I'm trying to say is this number here is to get it started, not a minimum to maintain. Okay?
Right.
All right.
Okay. But the next stage is like drawing 3 cards, right?
It is, well,
Or
it's
picking 3
keeping
cards.
3 and 2 valor.
Yeah. So ideally, I'd want to keep as many soldiers alive as possible. I think for that.
Hey guys, how come 2 of the soldiers on Andrew's card are yellow?
Oh, because I grabbed the wrong color. That's all.
Oh, okay.
My bad. My
That's
bad.
a good question.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. One job. I know. How about that? How's that?
That looks a little more coherent. Yeah.
All right. I was just trying to help him out. That's all.
I'll take the modern resource card. So
Okay.
I don't have to roll the die.
All right. So there's that. Okay. So all of these will go away. So that will go into the yellows, and that will go into the reds. Okay. And now, are you going to abandon the rest of it, or are you going to continue, sir?
I'm going to keep going.
All right. So you need to roll a 3 or higher, or someone dies. 3 or higher. Oh, there you go.
Right.
So now
Good work,
this
boys.
will move over for next phase. So all of those soldiers are now still locked up on that, and now you get to take your primary action.
Okay. So I don't think that modern resource is going to change what I'm going to do. So let's go. We're going to take. No matter what, we lose points. I'll just take one of Ken's bullhorns.
There we go. Okay.
We're going to gather.
All right. So bullhorn and the gather, which is going to be down here. Okay.
Yep. So we're going to be spending our shield head, so we can do both of these.
Okay. So that's going to be 4 berries and a food. And then do you want a island or another food? You have 3 island.
Food.
Okay.
Yes, I have plenty of island resources.
All right.
So I'll
So
take
a moment on that.
Don't you have the gatherer skill, Andrew?
I don't. No, I don't.
No, he
I
does
think that
not.
was in the other game we played.
Oh, that was in the other game we played. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So there's all your abundance of resources there.
Yep.
And that will cost you your shield head. All right.
And as for secondary, I'm going to influence.
You said you're going to move your leader?
Nope.
I tried.
I think I'm going to influence the chief steward.
All right. So that is going to cost you 1 story.
Yeah, I'm just only going to pay 1 story for it.
Okay.
Well, actually, I could pay 2, but is someone else going to go there? That seems unlikely. I'll just pay 1.
All right. So 1 there. So chief steward there. And then over on your board, while we're here, you can choose one of the chief steward actions or skills. I apologize.
I think I'm going to take the permanent vote.
All right. So remind me, after this resets, that will stay at 1. Okay?
Yep.
All right. Now, this is for a 2-player game, the 3 votes, by the way. Okay?
Yep.
Cool. All right, that was your secondary You're at 3 in hand, so you're good to go. And you don't have an incursion, so yeah. All right, so my turn. I have a adventure card, so here we go. And this is going to be draw 4, keep 3. So let's go ahead and move this over, so a little room. So draw 1, 2, and shuffle, apparently. Three and 1 on this. There we go.
Ooh, that's a lot of points.
Huh.
That's skill in 2 points.
Skill in 2 points is
Pretty
pretty
well.
good.
That
like-
is pretty clever to manipulate like that for an auto death. And I have all that valor, so I might as well. So I will spend 1 valor to do exactly what Ken did earlier. So I will go ahead and put it on this so that I get another skill when I complete this, which is momentarily. And that'll be 2 points as well. So, oof. So this one is done, and someone's going to die, so he will just go. Someone else is going to auto die if I continue this, but keep 3 more cards. Seems pretty good. I will run the risk. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm going to run a risk on this one and take an island resource as well. So there I need to roll a 3. So, yeah. I need to roll a 3 or higher. Checks out. There we go. So there.
Nicely done.
So that is 2 cards kept. And the third card is that one. And probably going to die. Need to roll a 5 or a 6. Yep, he died.
Ooh.
All right. That's okay, though. So that one died as well. And now, but that's going to get me a total of 7. So 5.
That was the heavy, right? That was the heavy
Oh,
card.
it was, wasn't it? Thank you. I'm cheating. There we go. So that's going to be a total of 7. So that's up to 36.
What does the threat thing on the card mean?
The threat.
There's like a little threat doodad down at the bottom of the card.
Right there?
Yeah,
That means someone's going to die
got it.
if I choose to continue it. And we will.
Yeah, do you just like reset and
Yeah, do it again next turn. But
Do it
I
again
only
next
have
turn.
1 guy left. So I have to roll a 6 or he dies, right?
Yep.
So here we go. Okay, he died.
Woo.
Wow.
So now this will go to phase 2. Oh, you know what? Check that. Check that. That's the card underneath. My bad. He doesn't die. That's only 1 phase.
Okay.
So there we go.
Oh.
My
That
bad.
makes- yeah, okay. That makes more sense.
All right.
Yeah, I was like, that's so weird that it would be like a multi-phase. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So those go away. I apologize. My bad. My bad. I'm cheating. All right. Well, these guys now are available. This card goes away. So that's my second one. There we go. All right.
And because you completed that, you get a skill now.
Thank you. I do. Anything that allows you to take a free incursion action. That's a joke, by the way. So that military one is kind of nice. That to get the +1 on the military.
Yeah.
So is this. Anytime you move a leader, you can lose a point and just get a resource. Nah, Earlier, maybe, but not now. Um, no. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go the military one. So I will do that there. So now whenever I go to the military, I can take an extra action. So I'm about to lose 2 points no matter what I do. So that'll be 34. There we go. So let's bring it over. So now that I've spent my 2 points that I'm about to lose, I do have my leader, but my leader is going to kill the incursion. So this is my last action. Oh, mistakes were made, I just realized. Had I been thinking ahead, which impossible for me right now, but with that card here is I could have gotten a putting him a trampler in my enclosure, and then it would have allowed me to place a second settlement. That would have been clever if I was looking ahead. I am not that clever. So I do have idea or stories, so I can go and do this and start a new, no, I cannot start a new one because I do not have enough soldiers. And there is some stuff up there. This is terrible. But if I were to take the settle action, I need a food and I don't have it. God, glory to Rome. Damn it.
You have a berry, right?
I do.
So you could get food at the marketplace.
Yeah, I get that, but I won't be able to, or no, it's the modern resource I need, so it'd be the salvage, but
Oh, right on.
I really want to be able to settle. But so what I'm thinking about is with these red dice, I don't want to put them anywhere that's going to hurt me. And
I mean, if you go in the marketplace, you can get stuff, and you can get modern resources and food. Like, you can just swap stuff around.
I know. But I could fight and put a camp, couldn't I? Well, I'm going to get another camp up there. 3.
Remember, you've also got that incursion to deal with.
I do. God, this is brutal. All right, let's just make a decision, Edward. So I will take, and I really don't want to have to, I guess I will do this just so I don't have to spend the story. So I will spend one of my berries, and I will get a modern resource and a food. And call it good. Done. That's it. And then for my secondary action, I will use my leader to come take care of the incursion. He just dies. Do I want the point or to put him in my enclosure? I'm going to put him in my enclosure. The incursion goes away. It's the end of my turn, so I'm not going to bother moving that. So that means my camp comes back. That was a terrible miscalculation on my part earlier. So that will go there. Done and done.
All right. Did you lose 2 points for playing my die?
I did not. I'm cheating. Thank you. 32. Oh, wait. I said I was going to lose 2 points no matter what.
I think you did. I thought I remember you doing that.
I think I did. I think I did.
Okay. All right. So I've got a megaphone, and one thing I can do with the megaphone is go to the pub and get 4 stories.
Yep. 1, 2, 3 red, and you get 1 more, so that's going to be 4 stories. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay.
And one thing that I can then do with my secondary action is to influence a person.
Correct.
I'm going to spend 3 of those 5 stories to influence our friend, the chief mate.
All right, so chief mate, he's going to get 3 cubes on there. So it's going to be 1, 2, and then because you guys are tied, you each get that. So that'll be a food for you. It's almost like Oprah, but not quite because I don't get one there. And then the third one will come on to there, and then you can place 1 skill, sir.
Yep. I think I'm definitely going to need to take the military action at least one more time. So I'll go ahead and do that extra military doodad.
Okay. And you're done.
And we are all done.
We are, in fact, because we are out of dice. All right, so here we go. We're going to try and do this quickly. So, zone majorities here. Here we go. Let's bring that over. Here we go. So, 1, 2 for blue, 1 for yellow, 2 for red. So, you guys both tie for that. So, it's going to be a total of 4 votes. So, 2 each on that one. And nobody gets it. So 2 votes, and you're up to 3. Okay, because of the permanent vote.
Yep.
So that is here. Then here we have 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 blue, so 2 red. So that means red is going to get that one. Then expansion. Seriously? Wow. That was a missight. Oh, I'm the one that gave that to you.
Yes, sir.
Ah! And then here, blue and yellow are tied, so it's going to be 3 plus 1 for the settlement, so 4, so it's 2 votes each. So that'll be 2 and 2 more up here for 5. And then while we're up here, this is pieces of wood and leaders. There are no leaders. So I'm pretty sure that is 1, 2, 3, 4 for blue. 1, 2, 3 for yellow, 2 for red, so it looks like blue is going to get that one.
What's the population up there?
The population is, hold on. That is only outposts, so it's 2. So it's 5.
2 plus 3, yeah, 5.
That's 5 for up there. Okay? All right, so there and there we go. All right, so here, we'll do it this way. When you guys are ready, let me know.
And how does it work if we're tied?
If you're, what do you mean if you're, oh, it's add and divide. So it would be 18, 9 points apiece.
Okay.
In votes. And what we're talking about while you guys, what he's talking about, if they're tied, it would be this, first and second, add and divide, okay? You guys ready?
Yep.
All right, let's see it. Votes a little down, Andrew. All right, everybody's getting votes?
Yep, vote for everything for me.
All right, cool. All right. So, votes for everybody. So, these are both going to be votes, so expansion and training. So, that is going to be 3 for this and 5 for that, for a total of 8. And Andrew up here is going to be a total of 5. So 8 here is 10. And 5 up there is 10. So that's exactly what's going to happen as we just described. So that's going to be 18 total. So that's 9 points apiece. So let me go ahead and take care of that. So hold on, 9 is going to be 26 there. And 9 is going to be 30 here. We need to figure out second places real quick. So second place there is no sustenance. So for training, for second place, that is 2 for red, 1 blue, 1 yellow. Nobody gets second place for that one. Sorry, that's training. There. And now expansion. Nobody gets second place for that one. Because there is no second place. And then up yonder, I have 3.
You, I think, right? right?
That is, yes. So what that means is I get either an island resource or 2 points. An island resource to be able to do that, and I will take the island resource, actually. So that is there. All right, so now we need to score the officers. So let's go ahead and do up north, if we can. So that's going to be red first. So red, you have nobody in your enclosure, and you have 2 of those. So that looks like that's going to be a total of 4. Keep track of this again, Ken. That's going to be 4 for you.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'll write it down. Got it.
Thank you. Then the chief mate, it looks like it's going to be red leading. So that looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and has at least 4. So it's going to be 4 more for red for that.
No, it's 6 and 6, Edward.
Yeah, you include the captain.
I apologize. I forgot. See, I told you I was going to forget it at some point. It's 6 and 6. You're right. Then blue is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and nothing up top. And there are 5 up here, so that's going to be half of that, 2.5, round down, 2 points for blue.
Got it.
And now here, chief of security, ties are friendly. So in other words, both blue and yellow will each score 2 points for each of these. So Andrew has 1 complete and 1 in work, so that's going to be 4 points for him. And that is going to be 4 points for me as well.
Got it.
Then for blue, here.
Wait. Do I get second place there or no?
I do, because the tie. Give me a second.
I think they
Yeah,
do.
you do. You will get
Yeah.
it because friendly ties. So here, so that's going to be 1, and that's 1.
Yep.
Wait, no, it's 0. Because it's 1 point, rounded down.
Oh, is it 1 point per?
Yeah, oh, wait. No,
It's 2
you're right, it's 1
points per.
point. Never mind, you're right,
Okay.
you're right. It's 1 point. My bad. So then, the chief steward, this is for number of settlements out on the board, plus dice sets will get you 3 points. So if we look at this, blue has 1 settlement there, a settlement there, and a settlement there. So that's going to be 2, and then he has at least 1 blue die. So it's going to be 3 points for blue. Nobody has second place.
I don't think the settlements that are in the discovery zone count towards that one. I think they only count towards the chief engineer.
I think, yeah, those are outposts, technically. It's just the ones that are
You
in
are
the-
correct.
yeah,
They're only
yeah.
the ones that are here, but still he
Yeah.
gets the
It's
3
still 3
points.
points.
Yeah,
Good call.
Yep.
Good point. And then here I will get that. So 1 point for camp and 2 for an outpost. 2, 3, 4 points. And that's it for, yeah, because we started with the captain. All right, so Andrew, how many points?
It should be at 40. Sorry, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, Andrew, I think I had Ken 11, Andrew 9, Edward 8.
All right, so 9, so 39.
Yep.
And how many did I get?
8.
So 42. Answer to life, the universe, and everything. And Ken?
11.
37. All right. So, well, might as well. So that is the end of the second assembly. And there we go. That's where we're at. It's pretty close.
Not bad.
All right. You guys have definitely caught up. All right, leaders come back. Wow, that was an abysmal round for me.
And because it's the end of the second assembly, we get 3
Add 3
dice.
dice. Thank you. So I will add those. So that's 1 action each. So what else? So retrieve leaders, collect dice, get rid of the assembly, and reset the votes. Andrew stays at 1 vote. I will get rid of mine. You will flip that. There we go. All right. So now we're going to roll for the final time of the game. And I did add, here we go. There we go. All right, and who triggered that? Ken did.
Yep.
So, all right, 5-point spread between all of us going into this. And thanks for the Chip verifies that I did give up the points for that, by the way, earlier. So, cool. All right, so everybody at home, you still with us? You guys enjoying this? The only, you know what's funny, and I think this is a good sign, right? I'm just frustrated that there aren't enough actions to do what I want to do.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I wish the game were longer. I mean, just from an action standpoint, right? So, all right. So, Andrew, you have all of that stuff. But first, we have to start with your Resolve the Adventure. So, here we go. All right. So, it's part 2 for your adventure. So, you're going to be able to keep 3 cards. So, we're going to draw 2 and 2 of each of yours.
Okay.
Bring it down. There we go. So 2 and 2. So that'll be 2 heavies. And the 2 lights. All right. So this is roll a 6, 4 or higher, 4 or higher, 2 or higher.
Wow. That 6 one is pretty good.
2 valor and a skill. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm
Still an outside
definitely-
chance you get it, right?
Say again.
Still an outside chance you don't die. So there's
It's true. I could roll a 6. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take that one. And do I want 2 stories or 3 berries? Wow. You know what? Yeah, I'll do both the heavies.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be 2 stories. Okay. So 2 stories. Because you don't have enough of those. And 2 valor and a skill. Do you know what skill you want?
I will take the. Oh, there's just so many. Oh, interesting. I could take this. I don't know if I need this or that. You know what? I'll take the pioneer skill, so I immediately capture a dino of any type.
wow, man.
Where is that one? Help me out.
That's under the chief engineer.
Yep.
It's
The top one, right?
top one, the bottom one, or at least it's the bottom one I think listed. I think.
Yeah,
from
it's
supply.
number 6 on the chief engineer.
All right. Thank you. Oh, one from supply.
Yeah.
Is that like right now you just get it?
Yep. Just grab one of his
Just
choice.
take it.
What would you like?
I will take a trampler.
All right. Well, done. All right. So now we have to roll for you. So here we go. We'll go left to right. So 6. Nope.
Okay.
He died. And a 4 or higher. He did. They both die. So both heavies go away.
Did their jobs.
Yeah.
And now both of the light ones will survive, and they are available. And now you can take your action, sir.
Oh, and also because I finished the adventure, I get a free skill because of my savant.
True.
Good
so,
call.
I'll take the. So I'll do another chief engineer skill of the herder. I can have any number of dino species in my enclosure.
Mix and match, huh? So is that the third one?
The third one, yeah.
Okay, that right there. There we go.
Okay. So now, what do we want to do? Oh, I think we want to settle. Or do we want to politic? Feeling a real lack of my colored dice out there, but right, I also have not that many soldiers left now.
This is playing out so differently than episode 1 in a sense that the settlements, just the sheer number or lack of settlements.
So I wonder, I've been thinking about this. I think that one way to play this game is to just focus on settlements and not worry about any of the Discovery Zone stuff. But the Discovery Zone stuff's just so fun.
I know, right? It's so tempting, right?
We're all just drawn to it, you
Right.
know?
So Andrew, while you're thinking, I'll be right back. All right, give me a moment.
You should probably just play your blue megaphone right now. I think that's the right play strategically.
Yeah.
Just get that out of the way.
Yeah. No, that's some good advice, Ken. Thanks. It really is tough because I'm like, this whole game I've been like, I really should settle. I should settle, but I want to go fight dinos. Like that's that's what I came here to do.
Well, do you have food?
I do. I have a bunch of food.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I mean, no time like the present to settle. You could settle two things at once.
That's the thing. Yeah, like I got that trampler. I think it's probably a good idea. And I guess I could use my secondary to move my leader there, but I might want my leader for fighting. Oh, it's so tough. All right. Yeah, I know I think I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, Derek, I see in chat, like the skills are really an interesting dimension of this, that like both like it's really fun, but it also like it makes it much more complex to think about, I think, how to synergize stuff.
Definitely, and it's funny. Like this absolutely feels like Perseverance, but it absolutely feels like it's completely different.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right, cool. All right, Andrew, go for it.
All right. Yep. So I'm gonna settle. I'm gonna use the neutral bullhorn.
Okay.
So I can spend food and a modern resource, as well as the trampler I just got.
Yep.
To make 2 settlements.
Holy cow, you do have all kinds of resources over there.
He has a. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Now is the time to spend them.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna make 1 in.
And they must be in different zones.
Right. Let's put 1 into expansion.
All right.
And another 1 into sustenance.
And 1 in sustenance. Got it. Okay.
Okay. And then my secondary action, I'm going to spend a story to influence. Well, I might want to spend more than 1 actually. This is kind of the time to do it.
You can't take them with you, as they say.
True. I'll spend 2 stories to influence the chief engineer.
All right, so 2 stories there for the chief engineer. Chief engineer, back off over there.
And I will get the trapper skill.
Which is?
Which lets me capture 2 additional dinos during each combat.
Does cost you 2 valor or stories, though.
It does.
Yes, which I will spend 2 valor for that.
I mean, he's got it. A plethora of valor.
Certainly has enough.
Right.
It's the time to spend stuff, right?
That's what I hear. Like I said, you can't take it with you. Well, actually, you can because they're worth a point each at the end. But I digress.
All right, that should be it.
All right. Okay, cool. So I do not have. Okay. I had a plan. It looks a lot like what you just did, actually. It's either that or I can go kill some stuff for a bunch of points and a bunch of goods. There, and there is no place to place a camp right now, however. And I don't have, you know what, I do want to be able to do that, though. So to be able to clear, you have to be able to start an adventure. Oh, God, and that's a 6 on top for that adventure. Oh, that is terrible. really bad planning. Okay, so I'm going to do the exact same thing you did, which is not terribly exciting, but that'll be... Whoa, hold on. I misspoke. I am not going to do that. I'm going to go over here. So I will spend 1 berry. So I can do 2 of those. And then I will spend a modern resource. Not nearly as exciting as what I wanted. Yeah, so I will spend a modern resource and a island resource to be able to place an outpost. And the outpost is going to be the top one, which is the Veterans Retreat up there. There, and we get a new one come out there. Dinosaur trap. All right. So,
Spend a food, get a dinosaur of your choice.
yep. So this will go up here in my area, up there. And I will drop a settlement. Oh, my color. There we go. That gets me 2 points. And you know what? I just realized I cannot, because I don't have the extra island resource. I'm going to take my berry back because I can't do both.
Yeah.
So 2 points. So 44. And for my secondary action now is, because I do have the food, but now I don't have the modern resource. But that's okay. So I will go ahead and spend my leader up here to the discovery action. And I will take the Veterans Retreat, which is the settle action. Then for the settle action is actually going to do this, which is going to spend him to be able to put down on one of these. This will be there. And then, because of that up there, I can then spend a food to put down a second one.
Yes, indeed.
If I had a modern resource, I could put down a third. Oh well, I don't. So I will put down a regular food. Alas, so there. And I will put down a second one. And this is, I would argue, a second area. Like it's a, so I could put it down in the same area because it's a separate action.
Yeah. Just remember, you only get to your influence action once, though.
And I will go ahead and put it there as well. Nah.
Okay. So
actually, there. There we go.
So yeah, you can choose between the chief engineer and the chief steward, which one you would like to influence.
There we go. Problem solved. And that fills that up. So both both Andrew and I get 2 berries. And
well, that's
done.
2 berries. Sweet.
So 2 there, 2 there. Done. Ken.
All right, I'm gonna go adventuring.
And
so I will use the neutral backpack. Thank you. And if we can go back up to the adventure board, I'm gonna spend my remaining berry. to take 2 actions, and I will use my own area with a watchtower as the.
Now,
That is asking for a dino incursion, isn't it?
keep in mind, you don't have to spend the berry for that. You get 2 of those.
Oh, did you give yourself a scouting after your action there, Edward? Because you took an outpost action.
Oh God, no, I did not. So thank you. I will roll. Good call. All right, so that's going to be safe, I think. So northwest is there. That is a valid placement. No, it is not.
No,
So it'll go there, and we'll place 3. Thankfully, that's okay. So it is a shield head, and 2. So let me move the raptor off. Thank you. Sorry about that. And that'll be 2 points I get. And it's full. So 2 points as well. Done. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So. Yes.
Yeah.
Dark Tater.
I wish I felt good about scouting from my spot, but there are just too many bad things that can happen from there, especially now. So I'm gonna set my rally point on Edward's camp there. That's in the northern of the 2 hexes.
There or there?
The one that's farther north for you.
This one.
The veterans retreat or whatever. Yeah.
All right. That sucks for me.
So from there, I can still attack dinos in that.
Either here or there.
No, I can get all the way to the valley because I can go across a cleared hex to do it.
You can, in fact. So actually, you have access to all of that in the circle there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna kill the trampler.
This one. And who are you who's going out for that dirty work?
I'm gonna use my leader since she's around.
Okay. So she is now used. Got it. The trampler is dead. What are you doing with the trampler? And here is what we're deciding.
I'll take a point and an island resource.
Okay, so skinning it. Yep. All right, so that goes away. So you get a point, 38, and an island resource for your skill. Done.
And then for my second action, did you take one of my berries already?
No, for what?
Because I have to take a second. In order to take a second adventure action, don't I have to use a berry?
No, it's free.
No,
Nope.
it's free.
Oh, sweet. All right, so I'm gonna clear that valley hex then.
All right, so clearing this one here.
Yeah.
So that will go away. All right, and so now you're going to start an adventure.
Yep.
And you can start either one.
Yeah. It'll be that cheesy one that I got that's not
the trophy
great,
hunt.
but he's going to give me some votes. Yeah.
So I assume you're just going to throw 2 on there. That's all you need. There's no reason.
That sounds correct.
All right. So now that was your second action. So that's done. Before you go to a primary, we now need to do that.
Yep.
Oh boy. There we go. All right. So southwest, which is here, 3 dinos come in. Okay, and you get to choose.
Don't worry, you only place 1.
Correct. So there's going to be an incursion because you're a kind guy like that. Okay, so I'm going to choose a trampler, I guess. There. And there will be an incursion because we can't place all 4 or all. And there is a red, so 2 of the 3. So let's go and get this ready. There we go. So there's going to be an incursion. Okay. All right, so here we go. Whew. Thanks. All right, so that will make that go away. That was just mean. So these guys will all go over here. And there's the incursion. Done. Now for your secondary action.
For my secondary action,
Good night, Chip.
probably ought to influence. So I'll spend a single story, and I'll influence the chief steward.
Oh, why you gotta be like that?
All right, and what skill?
Let's just stay tied. Let's just stay tied. The skill I will use is I'll go ahead and use the lobbyist as well. I mean, a vote's a vote, I think, at this point.
So that is 1 vote there. There we go. Okay. So there and there. So you got your 1 vote now. Okay. All right.
Sounds good.
So you do not lose points because the incursion happens on my board. 4 points for the taken, or I can do it. So there's that. All right. Cool.
I might be convinced to do it next time. I've got a bunch of soldiers.
Yeah,
coming
that's
back.
probably not going to happen, though, because I'm not going to lose the 3 points between now and then. So,
Fair enough.
all right, Andrew.
Okay. I think I will take. I'll take the. That's a book, right? The black one.
Yep, notebook.
Yep.
Yeah. Notepad. Yeah, I'll take the neutral notepad and put it under military.
So you're at 3, and then any berries.
Yeah. So I think. Let's see.
Well,
I
go ahead and
need
take
to-
your actions, then we'll figure out how many you took.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to gain a light soldier and pay a food to get another light soldier. So that's 2. Then I'm gonna pay an island resource to get a heavy soldier.
Got it.
3. I'm gonna lose a follower to gain a valor.
You're up to 3 valor, and you are down to 38.
Okay. Is it worth it to get a story at this point? Probably. Maybe. I'll lose a follower to get a story.
So that's 5. Okay, so you did, okay, so down to 37, and
Okay.
you will
So then I
lose
have to
2
spend
berries.
2 berries. Yep.
Yep,
Okay.
there you go.
Then for a secondary, I will do a counterattack on your incursion area.
Oh.
forward.
Oh,
Look
all
at
right.
that.
Well, I mean, it's 4 points, right?
It's 4
So-
points and some
A lot
dinos
more than
captured
4
in play.
points. Yeah.
All right, so let's be clear on this. So you need to hit. So a trampler takes 1, a shield head takes 2, so that's going to be a total of 5. You can't kill them.
I can with the guys I just got, and I also have my leader.
Oh, hold on, I forgot about the guys you just got. Sorry. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
And
so if I
5.
send...
There we go.
I can just send my leader to deal with the shield head, and then 3 light soldiers could kill all the tramplers.
Okay.
That checks out.
Because I think no matter what, I'm losing a
lose
soldier.
one, right?
I only lose 1, yeah.
All right, so leader is 2.
Yep. So he
Okay,
can take out the
three
shield,
light
take out the
soldiers.
shield head,
Yep.
and the 3 light soldiers can go deal with the tramplers.
And you will
Or
lose.
actually, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so one
And
of
I'll lose
them.
one of them.
Yep.
Yep. So I will. Do I want to keep the shield head? I don't think I do. I will. So I can keep up to. I can capture 3 dinos because I have the trapper skill.
Okay.
So I think I'll keep all the tramplers and kill the shield head.
All right, so that's going to get you 2 points for doing that. And 4 points for clearing out my incursion for a total of
Yep.
6 to 43.
Nicely done.
All right, so shield head goes away. These 3 go away. And at least it
They
frees
go
me.
and do enclosure, right?
Say again?
Yeah.
They go and do enclosure.
Yeah,
go through
yeah,
those
I'm getting there.
Oh, gotcha.
So, and that was your secondary, was it not?
Yeah, that was my secondary.
Okay, so if that's the case, these guys are now freed up. And she will come back there, there, and there. All right, well, it frees me up to do some stuff, I guess. And, oh, and now that that's done, that goes there. Oh, so we could attack, but I still don't have enough soldiers to do all of this stuff. But I can do both of those, so that's what I think we will do. All right. So, that might be even better. 2 food. Don't have 2 food. Actions are too important right now. So, I will go ahead and spend a backpack here, or use a backpack to go there. And I will spend probably 2 berries, but I'll work backwards. So that is 1. A food will be 2. A island resource is a heavy, that is 3. And I think I'm going to return the favor, so I will go ahead and I don't think that's nearly as good as that. I will spend 1 valor to get another adventure, and I'm just going to take the top adventure here, which is that, as you can see. There we go.
And is that a plains one, Edward?
It is.
Okay.
And yeah, because the other one is 6. And oh, wait a minute. Oh, we can do the main one, can't we?
We certainly can.
2, 4. I'm 1 military short. Okay, alas, so be it. So then for my secondary, now that I have all of these, they will come onto my board there. And my leader will spend 2 berries to then come on down to there. And I only need 3, so it frees me up 1, 1, 1, 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's worth it. So I will start there. I was going to return the favor, but I decided again. Oh, it's got to be a. Hold on. Still worth it. We're going to kill some dinos to start off with there, using those 2 and 2 valor. So that's going to be 5 damage total, which is enough to take care of all of them. However, they both will die, heroes.
Yep.
So, worth it to me, though. And because of my board, and we're just killing them all. So, it's going to be 2 valor for the raptor, and it's going to be 3 berries for the shield head. And it's going to be, on top of that, it'll be 1 for the raptor, 2, 3 total for the trampler for 3 total, and then 2 more for the shield head for a total of 5 points. That'll be up to 51.
Woo!
there.
Nice.
So all of these have become casualties. There and there. And that was killing in the name of. And now we're going to come down and do the adventure. So I'm going to clear. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry. Clear this one. There. And we will start an adventure, which is going to be that. It requires 3. We will put all 3 on there. Done. And now we're going to have an incursion. Where are the dice? Over here.
Hope we don't have an incursion.
Well, not an incursion, but... So north starts right there. So it's going to be a raptor and a trampler. They just spawned again, but it's going to be 2 points as well for me for that. For 53. And the turn of the yellow player is complete. Done.
Okay. The first thing that happens is my adventure.
All right, so you're going to get a story, and you get 2 votes. Done. There, and these guys are freed up, and this goes away. Got it.
For my
Oh, sorry, you guys couldn't see that.
Skill,
There you go.
I'll go ahead and take herder.
Say again. Sorry.
Take the herder skill.
Oh, for completing. Oh God, I should have done that as well. No, I didn't. I just started one. Which one is that?
It's number 3 on the engineer.
3 on the engineer, which is her. So 3 right there. So you can have anybody in here. Got it.
Any combo.
Yep.
Okay. Can I see what my temple adventure card looks like?
Sure.
Just how nasty that thing is. Let's see.
Remember, you only got to do the first one.
Well, yeah, but the other ones all do really cool stuff.
It all depends on your point of view. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Place a camp, or when you place a camp, place it when you. I would argue that's when you place a camp.
A camp and get a point. Or maybe a point for all my camps.
It might
That
be per camp.
Yeah, it's the latter. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. And what do I have? 2 camps?
You do.
Man, it would be so great to know if it's a point for all my camps or a point for all camps.
I believe it's just your camps because otherwise they would be multicolored.
Got it. That makes sense.
Players colored camp and settlement. So yeah, I'll buy that. Yep.
Man, to be honest, I mean, I guess what I probably should have been doing is working towards this all along.
Yeah, you and me both, but you know.
Yeah. But I don't think that's really that good for me. Dang.
Yeah, I wasn't super impressed with mine either. Because mine was all about enclosures. So
yeah.
Yours was
all
the
right.
trial of resourcefulness. Mine was the trial of empathy.
So I will go ahead and take an adventure action anyway.
Okay.
I will first thing I'll do is kill dinos.
All right, so I assume it's going to be that die.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So my leader does come back from the in combat board, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to take a leader and a light soldier to deal with those 2 raptors and a trampler, and I think nobody dies in that situation, right?
So you said if you put your leader in what?
And a light soldier. The leader can kill the 2 raptors and the
Yep, checks out. So, but they are now locked up for in combat this round.
Yep. So I'm gonna let the trampler die, and one of the raptors die. So that's 2 points and an island resource. and I'll put the other raptor in my.
Got it.
Yep.
And there's your island resource. Okay, done.
And then for my other action, I will spend.
Oh, it totally does, Navaneeth. Yeah.
I will spend a modern resource to place a camp on the farthest south camp space available.
Yep, I realized I screwed that up. I should have, yeah. So that'll go there.
And for my second action, I'll do an influence action. And
For your secondary, you mean?
yeah.
Okay. And how many? One or two?
I think I'm going to spend 2 stories.
Okay.
If I can look at.
Yeah, sorry. My bad. There you go.
I will go ahead and put 2 on the chief engineer.
I know. I'm not even upset. Yep. So.
And I will put. I will take as my skill pioneer.
Which is?
It's number 6 on chief engineer.
All right. So which one do you want?
Let's go shield head.
All right. So here you get a shield head, and because you have the skill that allows you to have multiple in your menagerie, okay. And you're done, right?
That's all she wrote.
All right. So these will now come back there. Andrew, you're up.
Can I zoom into my cards real quick?
Yes, sir.
So I can see what they are.
That one that's cattywampus is yours. I'm just, that way you can
Got
see
it.
it's 3 soldiers as well.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. We can do a little better. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Too far. There you
Well, no, those seem that great, or at least not good enough to worry about right now.
go. Okay.
Okay, so I've only got 4 guys anyway. Okay. We need stuff. Oh, this is so difficult. I think. No, if I go there, then I can't clear it. Ugh. There's just not enough turns left.
I know, right?
Okay. I think I need to go to the marketplace. So I'll use the neutral hammer, I guess.
Yep. Okay. So you're spending a berry.
Spending a berry. I will get. How many do I want actually?
You don't have any modern resources. You
Right.
have 1 food and 2 islands.
I'll get 2 modern resources.
Okay.
And
then
I'll use the secondary thing to turn one of my island resources into a food.
okay. So those will go there. One of these becomes a food. And your secondary action, good sir?
Then I'm going to use my leader to.
Okay.
I'll place them in that same area.
Down here.
the
Okay. Yep. Got it.
exploration
In
area.
expansion. Sorry. Yep.
Expansion, yeah. So I'm going to spend. I'm going to basically do settle again. So I'll do food and modern resource
And a trampler. All right.
and a trampler.
All right. So a trampler goes away. A food and a modern resource. So you're going to be able to place 2. Got
Yep.
it?
One's definitely going in sustenance. The other. Ugh.
There you go.
The other, I guess, is going to go into training. Yeah, into training.
Okay.
Okay. And that is, my secondary, so I am done.
All right. So for me, there we go. All right. So we have the first one for our adventure, and I don't think I'm going to bother keeping them on there. So I'm going to draw 3. So that's going to be 1, 2, and 3, and I'll shuffle after this. So I can keep 2 of them. Ugh, that is not what I wanted, man. I will take...
Oh, I
What?
don't think we've been doing. I don't know if we've been doing the settling. As part of the settling, you get the interact with the.
Yeah, you can
officers.
interact. That's right.
Right.
Oh, you can. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You can only interact
I forgot
one
about
time. If you place 2, you can only do 1.
Right.
Yeah.
I
But
only
you
get
can
one.
still do 1. So.
Yes.
Yeah. So just can you go back to the
Yep.
to the main area again? I'll put it. Okay, so it's either there or there. I'll put 1 down on the chief mate. 1 influence. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Drama. All right. So for my... Actually, I'll do it there. So I already took the island resource, so that's 1. And the question is, do I want my troop to survive? I don't think so. So I will go ahead and do that, and 2 points. And I need to roll a 5 or higher. Not a problem. See? Not a problem. All right. So. Confidence. Oh, golly. All right. I didn't drop any. Make sure I have 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I do. All right. Shuffle those for you guys. And all those guys are going to come home now because I'm going to abandon the rest of it, but it's completed as long as you do 1 step of it. So that goes away there. And I get 2 points for that. So 55. Okay. And now for my action. I had this in my head. I'm going to make sure I get it right. Yes, I know what I'm doing. All right. Good night, Stacy. Thanks for hanging out. All right. So I will get me a book right there. I'm going to turn in, so you guys can see, I have a ton of berries. I hear they're tasty. I'm going to go ahead and get 2 food. Yeah, I'm going to get 2 food for that. So that's there. And then I'm going to turn that island resource into a modern resource. So that was there. So that's doing both of those. And then for my secondary, I have all the berries in the world. Got rid of that. So 3. That's not worth it, or is it? I think it is. 5. There. Okay. That. I will go ahead and spend 2 berries to move to military. That is going to be the free soldier for 1. That's 4. And I need 1 more. So that will be... Oh, I don't want to spend that food. That works out. I will spend a valor for my second action to drop that 1, and I will take the nighttime ambush And the nighttime ambush is that. Okay. And there is now a Into the Wild, which there. And that is it for me. So it's a 2-soldier one, 2 points, and keep a card. Done.
All right.
I feel like I'm forgetting one thing. Oh, that was it. Grab my soldier. Done. All right. What you got?
I will take that last remaining neutral die
All right.
and plug it into gather.
Into gather down here. So that goes away.
Yep.
So that's going to be 4 berries.
4 berries and 2 food, I think.
All right. 4 berries and 2 food. And this is where you're at now. So let me organize this a little so it's cleaner for you. There. So that and there. So can you see all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have 3 food, right?
You do have 3 food. Yes, sir. Secondary action?
Yeah, my leader's going to go to the discovery zone.
All right. So leader is on your board here, going up to the discovery zone.
Yep.
And which one are you taking?
The veterans retreat.
All right. So there. Just as a reminder, because we're going to have a scouting. All right.
Yep.
So you're going to take the settle action, and you can spend a food to take an additional one.
Yes.
So that's going to be 2 food and a modern resource for 2 settle actions.
Yep.
Okay, what you got?
So I'm going to.
And by the way, you have plenty of settlements still. So.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and place 2 in the military area.
And the reason you can do that is because that is the settle action, and then this is the secondary action there that is allowed. Done.
And
interact.
As a result, I get to interact.
You're down to 4 cubes total. Okay.
Yeah. How many cubes are on my?
3, 6, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're even right now. I assume that's what you were asking.
I like that a lot. So I'll go ahead and place a cube on the chief of security. Then I'll just place it next to your yellow cube there, Edward.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to become a all-out land war over here between you and Andrew. All right.
Not too late. It's not too late.
All right. So you are completely done except for this up here. All right. So I need to roll the dice now. And where are they? There. They are up here. All right. So up north from here. So it's going to be there. Whew. All right. So it's going to be a shield head and a trampler, but they both can be placed, thankfully. And that's 2 points for me. To 57. Done. And Andrew, you're up.
Okay.
It's funny, like I'm amped up because I feel like this is tight, it's tense. I'm curious to see how this finishes. Sorry. I'm just really I've really been enjoying this the last couple nights, man.
No, it's pretty cool. I like it too.
I think.
Enjoy your last die.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
If you'd rather have a Red Bullhorn, I have one of those.
Yeah, got that.
Oh, by the way, guys. So didn't Andrew and I split the assembly last time?
We did.
So Edward, you get to decide who gets the governor.
Oh, you're right. I should have given this up. That is true.
That's a good point.
I'm going to give it to Ken for the simple...
What?
No, never mind.
Losing. I am losing, so...
No, there you go. There you go.
All right. That actually helped a lot.
You're welcome.
You know what? I'll go ahead and say glory to Rome for that, but that's fine.
Wow. Okay.
That was for all the blocking you did over there. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's like, I'll own that. All right, that's good.
Yeah. Hard to argue with that.
Oh, it's Friday. Oh, that's cool. Okay, good. I forgot what day it was. Sorry.
Can I see the
No.
discovery area
No.
again?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So if I did it from there, I can only do one thing. Is that worth it? Probably not.
If that's easier.
Kind of. I don't
Okay.
know.
Anything we can help with?
So I'm just trying to figure out what, like, there's so much to consider because, like, where I'm probably going to use one of Ken's dice, and so I want to put it somewhere where it's going to not affect the votes very much, but that is difficult to do. I don't think adventuring helps me too much right now.
Okay. Well, a red die in either of these zones doesn't hurt you. Okay.
Right.
So, if that's
So
what
my
you're talking,
cards-
and over here, it would get him the secondary to whatever it is, right?
Right.
So, well, I guess
Yeah.
if you put a red die here, it would tie you there. No, depending on where your leader is. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So we're gonna take one of his dice.
right now.
Right now.
All right. So that's 41 because he loses 2 points for taking a player's die that isn't his color. Oh, sorry. Okay. And which one?
We'll take the bullhorn, I guess.
I
And
assumed.
we'll turn it into the book, the notepad.
Okay, so that costs. Oh, it's free. I apologize because you
Right.
are the governor. So notepad done.
Yep. And then I think. Oh, is that smart? Oh, this is so difficult. I don't. It's so. There's so few actions left that it feels like going to the marketplace is a waste right now. But I feel like I have to.
It says the guy who also did this. I agree, but I needed to. So
Yeah. I think I will do that.
okay, so spend a berry.
Spend a berry. I'm getting. Sorry, go ahead.
That's what you have. That's all.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll get a food, and I don't know. This is so annoying. I'll get a food and a modern resource.
Okay.
That's fine.
And are you going to exchange anything here?
I don't think so.
You
I
have
don't think
2
so,
food,
no.
2 modern resources, 2 stories, 2 berries, and 1 island resource right now.
Yeah.
All right, so secondary action?
Secondary action, we are going to influence.
Okay, so spending 1 or 2.
Spend 2.
Okay.
2?
That is both your stories and where are you placing your cubes. And these are how many you have left. You're about to place 3 of them. So you have 3 left. We start with, or we have 22, by the way, for everybody at home. Okay?
Got it. I'm going to put.
Remember, they
2
both go on the same one.
Right. I'm going to put them both on the chief engineer.
Oh, I hate you so much. Glory to Rome. So you both get.
Yeah, I was just saying how I could use some more berries.
You both get 2 berries since that completed it. So you have like 700 of them.
Are they a point apiece at the end, Everett? I can't remember.
I cannot remember either. I will take a look. And what skill?
You're a point for every 2.
Okay, there you go. And what skill, Andrew?
I'll take the capacity improvement, so it goes from 4 dinos to 9 dinos in my enclosure.
That's number 2, Edward.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. And you're done, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was
done.
dirty. Oh yeah, you're done. All right. Wow. Does that change anything on what I was going to do? Let me see. I was going to do that. Or that. Okay. Right. That's what I'm going to do for my last action, I think. So, All right, so stay on target. That will go there for an adventure. So the two things we're going to do are, and where do we start it at? I want to give it to Ken, since he is trailing the furthest behind. So we will do that.
What's happening?
There.
I see.
So, shoot, I want to be able to do that now. A moment, sorry. So if I clear that, I can start that one. However, I can't do that. So I could do that and that instead. No, that's it. I got it. Never mind. I'm sorry. Total brain cramp here. So I will clear this one there. And then I'm going to start this one with all four. So 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And for the second one, I will go ahead and place a camp for free. And I will go... Yep, there we go. So I will place it there. And then for my secondary, I have 3. I will spend 2 of these to place 2. Okay, make sure I do this right. I mean, I could. There. So that will fill that. So I will get 2.
Valor.
Thank you. So 1, 2 there. So that will go there. That. And then I will be able to place 1 on the Chief of Security. And that will just, I'll go ahead and just throw it right. Throw it on a shield head. Done. All right. So that's it. Ken,
All right.
your final action of the game, good sir.
Well, I'm about to get a scouting first, so let's do that.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm glad somebody's paying attention. All right, one job. I know. Here we go. All right, so north, it's getting 3, and they all can be placed so that you're going to get 4 berries. Yeah, because there is a watchtower. You're going to get 4 berries. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 11 berries for those scoring at home.
Thank goodness I've got 11 berries.
There.
I don't know what I would do without.
So that's 2 tramplers.
That's what happens when you move your leader for free.
Right, yeah.
You get 11 berries. Not sure it was worth it.
And there you go. So that is maxed out up top. Okay?
Maxed out up top, indeed.
Both of those are maxed out.
Yep.
All right. So what you
They're
got?
maxed out in kind of an ugly way in both cases, too. This is my last action. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How many cubes does Andrew have left?
Here you go. So, Andrew and you.
Oh. Interesting.
And I do remember the comments. You shouldn't need more than 22 from Victor. Just,
we might be playing wrong.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a pretty big point swing if the chief mate does not end up in my hands. So I hate this. I hate this move with like all my heart, but I'm still gonna do it. I'm gonna play my red backpack in the pub.
Oof. All right, so that's going to get you 1, and then 1 or 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so 4 stories.
4 stories. Okay.
I'm going to spend 2 of those to influence the chief mate.
All right, so hold on. So those will go there. That will give you a food. And these will clear off. So it's 5 to 3 here for those scoring at home. And your last cube?
Well, so this is a little risky. Wait, how many stories does Andrew have?
0.
Okay, so I'm safe now. I can play the other one in. You pick the skill, Edward.
All right, we're going to put it right there.
No, it has to be in the chief mate. But
it does. Good call. We'll do it on the Explorer. That's exciting. There you go. Okay, done. You are done, sir.
No,
Andrew.
I'm done, all right.
Okay, I've made mistakes.
That's okay. That's all right. We're having fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. There's no way I can make that work because, I forgot the politics thing. I wanted to change a die that was already played, but I forgot that required a story. So, what can we do?
Yeah, what you do here absolutely can change what it is I'm going to be doing. I will say, going last, and then in the first round, but going last in the last round, having the hammer on this is pretty nice.
I think.
Yeah.
God. Okay. I want to do so many things, and I can't do them all. I literally want to do 3 things, and I can do 2 of them.
And the Dark Tater says 22 cubes makes you be strategic with using them for influencer skills. Totally. Yep.
I think it's more important to get
Brian.
the extra dino. So if I do that, then I should do the military, or should I build?
I'm not laughing at you, mind you. I'm enjoying this.
All right. I think I'm gonna take my bullhorn and put it into training.
Into training.
Yeah, for the military.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I thought that's what you were doing, but all right.
Yeah.
So you have 3.
Right. Berries are points. I probably shouldn't spend any. So we'll get the free soldier. We'll do free soldier and another soldier for food and a heavy soldier.
All right. So island resource and a food. So there and there, which gives you that. Okay. And so go ahead.
Then I'm going to move my leader as my secondary action.
Okay.
Over to. I'm not happy about this, man.
Okay.
I'm moving it over to sustenance to do the adventure action.
Okay. And where is going to be the hub?
I'm going to do it from my. I'm going to do it from my camp in the far left.
Right here. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just going to go after that shield, the trampler. Sorry, the trampler right north of me.
Okay, and you can kill it with anybody without dying. So there you go.
So I'll just send off any soldier, basically.
Yeah.
One of the
So
soldiers.
there you go. Okay.
Yep. That's going to go to my enclosure.
Okay. Got it.
Then I will clear that hex as the second part of this.
So here, okay. Okay, and starting an adventure?
Yeah, and it has to be the valley one, right?
Yep.
So it'll be 5.
It is. So here, this one is 5. So
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess
mean,
technically you could have
send
left.
them. You could send them all, whatever.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, and that's my secondary action. So there's a scouting that happens now.
There is. So up here. So here we go.
No whammies.
Southeast. So it'll be here. Nope. Can't. No. Wait. Going
Other way.
this way. So here.
Yeah, so there.
And that'll be, and it's safe. There. And you will get 1 point for that.
Yep.
To 42. Okay. All right. You're done. Well, now that you gave that to me, back up. Sorry. Here we go. So I'm going to draw 4 of those and keep 2 of them. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where can you guys see them? Right here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't think the 2 points is nice, but all right, so I'm going to take this one, which will give me a story. And I need to roll for a 3 or higher. Survived. So that one is done. So that's one of the 2. And the other one will be...
By the way, guys, just for clarification's sake, berries are worth half a point at the end of the game.
So you can't have half points?
You cannot have half points, but you add them up and divide by 2 and round down.
Okay. Can I safely have a soldier die? I think so. But a soldier's a point, isn't it?
Yep.
And skills aren't worth anything at the end of the game.
Well, depending on where you're placed. They're not for you. They are for Andrew and I.
Right.
Yeah.
So... No. I think... I kind of hate doing it, but I'm going to sacrifice one of my soldiers to take the skill in the 2 points, and I will go ahead and take the, where is it? The vote there. So the vote will go there. All right. And one of those guys died, so there we go. All right. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to gain 2 points and then lose 2 points because of this die, so I'm not even going to bother, okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I have 1, 2, so I don't need to win that. I'm already going to win this.
Yep, you're already winning the other one, too.
And I don't want to put yours here, so I was going to go here to change a die, but now I'm not going to, and I'm winning that one. And that
I feel
one.
like probably if you play, I think military is really the right play for you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No. Wow. Oh, and by the way, I'm abandoning that one now at this point. There. Okay. I guess I really wasn't planning on doing this, but I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah. Yeah, I really wasn't planning on doing this. Okay. I don't have enough soldiers to start one. I can't take one, so that means I can do the top and the bottom here. So to kill some stuff, I have 3, and I have Valor, so I can kill some stuff. So that seems good. And then I can place a camp? Yes, I can. Okay, so I guess that's what we're going to do. All right, so here we go. So for the killing, where do we want to base this out of? I mean, the thing that gives me, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 I would need. 3, 4, 5, I can do that. Okay, so I will base it out of Ken's. There. Yeah, and I will go after them with 3 soldiers, 3 light and 2 valor. So there we go. Okay. So with that, oh, you guys can actually see that. So that will be it. So 2 valor will kill the steelhead, and 2 of these guys are going to die. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. The guy that kills the raptor and the guy that kills the odd numbered.
Right. So there we go.
Yep.
So that's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 points.
Yep.
3 and 2 valor. And that'll be 3 berries as well, because they're a half point apiece. And 5 points, and they all die. There. So 5 points to 62. And then I will place a camp for free.
I get a scouting. Let's
Hold
not
on.
forget.
Yeah, fair. And
Oh, Ro, you're still in your adventure action. Sorry.
that's all right. And the camp will go
Pretty
right there.
important camp.
Huh?
Pretty important camp.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So then scouting, here we go. This will be exciting. Come on, northeast. Nope, southwest. So here, no, and it goes clockwise. No, and it goes there. It's going to be 3 dinos. I don't think it matters, but
You know what I was really looking for?
what?
4 berries.
Oh. Hey, points. So that's 15, I think, if you didn't spend them. All right. There you go. That's funny. All right. And now for my secondary, I'm going to spend these 2.
Yep.
And I will go ahead and place 2 right there. And I'll place...
We don't know where you're going.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 down here.
Ah.
And I'll throw 1 on a skill, and it's got to be under chief engineer, and there, it doesn't matter. All right. So now we go into the final assembly. So here we go. And to refresh everybody's memory, there we go. Zone majorities. So here we go. So here we're looking at, for red, 1, 2, 1 for yellow, and a bunch for blue. So blue is going to get sustenance. So that will go for blue up there. Then for military, 1, 2, 3 for blue, 1, 2, 3 for red, 1 for yellow. So you guys tie for that. So it's going to be 3 votes plus another 5 here. That's 8. That's 4 and 4, respectively. So 4 puts you at 5. 4 puts you at 7. Next, we have politics. It's going to be 1, 2 for yellow, 1 for blue, 1 for red. I get expansion. Then over here, it's going to be 2 to nothing. So I will get construction. And then up north, it is for every piece of wood as well as leader. So for red, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. For blue, it is 1, 2, 3, 4. And yellow, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I get that one as well. And now, Andrew, I'm getting votes. I suppose, actually, hold on. I got to actually figure this out. Give me a second. Ugh. Fine. And up here, it is camps, right?
For which?
Up there?
Yeah.
Discovery.
It's
It's camps.
6 total votes, I think. No, it's outposts.
It's outposts.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's outpost, so it's
3.
5.
That one's worth 6 votes, I think.
Oh,
3
6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's total. Oh, right. You're right.
Total outposts. Yeah.
So that's 6. Let's see. Construction is worth 5, and expansion is worth 5. So, all right. There. Okay. All right. I know what I am doing. I have mine adjusted. Andrew, when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right.
It's
here.
votes.
Yeah. All mine are votes
Yeah.
as well. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I have 6, 5, and 5. So that's 16. Andrew with sustenance is getting 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 11. I'm at 13, which was the most important thing.
I'll take 2 points for my second place in sustenance.
All right. And 2 points for Ken for second place for sustenance there to 40. And let's see, there, nobody has training. So then second here, you guys are tied. Nobody gets anything.
Yep.
Nobody has second. And second up here is...
Also a tie.
Tie. Yeah.
Oh, well, that works out.
You and I did a good job negating each other, Ken.
Yeah, that was
Excellent
great.
job. All right. Well, feel pretty confident about this now. So that's 14 for me, 7 for Andrew. 14 is 76. And that will be 7 for Andrew, which will be 49. There. All right. So next is officers, which this is going to be a big one. All right. So first place, red. So over here. So total
Yep.
on
It's 10.
Okay, it's 10. 10. So Ken will get 10. So that's easy. There we go. And over here, it is going to be me.
Andrew gets some for second, though.
Yeah, there's second place, right?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's going to be a total of 9. Halved,
So 4.
it's 4.
4.
So 53. There. Then for that one is 2 points apiece. I have 4. That's going to be 8 for me. Go ahead. At this point, just count it or keep track of it, Ken.
Okay.
So that's
So
8 for me.
Keep track of it starting now, basically.
Yes.
All right, gotcha.
So 8 for me, and then it's going to be a point each for yours. So Ken gets 2. Andrew, you have 3 for that.
Okay.
Then over here, you guys are tied, so it's in this area. So red has 1, 2, 3. 3 points for red. And Andrew, how many dice do you have? Just 1?
Just one.
Just 1.
Oh,
I
3
ignored
points.
that pretty clearly. Yeah. 3
Okay.
points.
And then blue and yellow both tie here. So blue is getting 1 per camp and 2 per outpost. So 2 for the outpost, so 2. And then 3, 4, 5 for blue. 2,
Yep.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for yellow.
Got it.
And then 3 rounded down is 1 for red for half.
Got it.
And then up here, that's all red. So for in your enclosure, 2 points apiece. That's 2, 4, 6 total.
Yep.
There. All right. So what do you got?
12 for me, 11 for Andrew.
All right. Hold on.
16
Hold on. 12 for you. 62. One person. Sorry.
Sorry. Yep.
62. Andrew.
11.
64. And me.
16.
92. All right, so that's the end of assembly. Now, before we go into final scoring, however, any adventures that are currently taking place must complete at this point. So Andrews is going to complete. So he is drawing 4 yellow and 2 blue, and he gets to keep 2, and he gets, that's a food? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so there's your food. And we will move this over. All right, so get these guys out of the way. There and there. All right, so you are drawing 4 yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soldiers are worth a point apiece. Keep that in mind at the end. And you will draw 2 of these. So 1 and 2. There you go.
Valor's also half a point.
And pieces
That
of
helps.
cardboard on your board are worth 1 as well.
Except for berries.
Yes.
Okay. So soldiers are worth 1 and resources are worth 1.
So this, you wouldn't lose a soldier, guaranteed, and you get that.
Right.
This,
and if I take the one with a skill, it's a skill and 2 points. So even if I lose a soldier, it's still net 1. And that one's 2 berries and a valor.
This is worth 2, and as long as I don't roll a 1 for you, that's 2 points.
Right. So I guess, yeah, then I think the island resource and the one on the far right are the 2 to take, right?
I think so. So those, so I need to roll. So there's your island resource and 2 berries. 1, 2 there, and we will see. Watch, I roll this. Okay, phew, good. All right, 2. Good. These go away. There, there, and there. All right, now we go into final scoring. So final scoring is, here we go. Each player scores 1 follower for each piece of cardboard that isn't a berry, all right? So here we go. So that isn't a berry. And you know what? Apparently soldiers are not worth points.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
I thought
too bad.
they did. No, the rules I have say they are.
Okay, hold on.
They are worth points in the
First one.
First episode, but
Yes, they are. They are in the rules as well. Just the
Yeah.
card needs to be updated. So okay.
Got it.
So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not counting your leader. So that's going to be 11 for Andrew to 75. And for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 4 for me to 96. Ken, oh God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 73. All right, then 2 Valor. That's 1 point for me, none, and 1 point for Andrew. So 1 for Andrew to 76, 1 to me is 97. Berries, while I got mine, that's going to be 1, 2 points, puts me at 99. Andrew, 1, 2, 3 to 79.
it's 15, I think.
I think so too. 5, 8,
Oh my God.
10, 15, so 7. Put you at 80. I hear the berries are tasty.
They sure are. I told you.
And then, 7 followers for each set of 3 dinos of a matching type in your enclosure.
Yep. I have 3 tramplers.
All right.
Nice job,
So that's
Andrew.
going to be 7 over
That
there.
was
Put you at
why I adventured at that last turn.
86. So there we go. Hashtag well, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it this way. It's just easier. There you go. So hashtag terrible teacher. 99. That last, by the way, the enclosures there wins, gets second for Andrew at 86 and Dino Ken at 80. There we go. Woo!
Beating Ken. Woo.
All right. There's a lot going on in this, but man, I like it. I know I'm not supposed to give opinions on these, but yeah, and here's the thing. As long as that took, I still wanted it to go longer because there was more stuff I wanted to do. That,
Yeah.
Oh
you
my
know what I
God,
mean?
yeah.
Well, I would also say this is one of those games that, like, I feel like when I play it in person, I'm gonna have even more fun with it. Like it's very hard to not be able to see everything, but
Oh, you guys were champs for doing this because having to manipulate everything around and have to remember, that's a pain in the butt. All right.
well, and obviously on your end, you're
you have another problem of different kind on your end.
So there's that.
I like how all the mechanisms fit together. For
Yeah.
Sure.
So here, Ken, since I don't want you to compare the games or anything, but just the fact that you're the only other one, obviously, and I did, that did both episodes. Somebody had asked earlier, does it feel thematic in what we're doing?
You mean, does it feel connected?
Yeah, well, yeah, as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so as well.
I mean, I think you can see the threads. I mean, I want to see what episodes 3 and 4 are like before I make a final call. But
sure, of course.
But yeah, I mean, so far so good, I'd say.
Yeah, the one thing I will kind of raise an eyebrow at is, do they all get bigger? Because what's 4 going to look like if that's
right?
The case?
I mean, what if 3 is like a crazily immense, and then 4 is just like a reskin of Checkers?
I know for a fact that's not the case. I have not seen, and I don't know anything. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about 3 and 4, legitimately. I've known about these 2 since Essen of last year. And so, yeah, but I can't imagine it gets bigger footprint-wise, nor as far as like complexity-wise, because like Andrew had mentioned, there's so much to track as is on this.
Yeah.
So,
but there's a lot of opportunity for like narrative stuff, though. Like, imagine what the next thing is after this colony expands out in the wilderness or whatever.
Right.
So it could be a totally different thing.
So the last thing I wanted to do is that I'm going to do the same thing I did last night with the to show the minis. Keep in mind, and I think I mentioned this earlier, that all of this is prototype, right? And that includes all of the minis. So here we go. So I will show you the minis as I have them. Oops, almost dumped him. So we have a couple of the shield heads here. And you know what? We can get tighter. So hold on. I just didn't want to. There you go. All right. So we have the Raptor. So there. I think that shows it pretty well. There. The shield head. And they're chunky. Like there's a lot of plastic. Like they're solid plastic. But again, I don't know if these are going to be them. Keep that in mind. But that's the minis. Another shield head, and then the tramplers there. And the last thing that mini-wise that I have are the walls from episode 1. So the walls like so. And these are the camps, I believe, or these are the incursions. I'm not sure which that is. So, yeah, one or the other. So there you go. And the settlements will look like, or at least the ones that I have there, look like this. And they have a little door on it. You can see that, et cetera, et cetera. All right? And apparently, according to Ningalab OTSE, David says they ramp up in complexity through each episode. 3 is on par with Tricarian with the Academy. Okay, well, there you go. All right. And Navaneeth, I don't really want to say which I liked more. I don't think that would be appropriate tonight. But yeah, there you go. So a big thank you to these guys, especially to Ken, because you were a trooper doing this remote 2 nights. And Andrew, thanks for filling in tonight, because I know Greg had some real world stuff getting in the way. So we definitely appreciate it. Big thank you to everybody over at Mind Clash, and to Victor for staying up that late as he did with an 18-month-old. And to everybody watching, that was a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and hopefully we were able to show you guys whether or not this would be a good fit for you and your game group. Last thing, 2 things that I will say. Yes, This is a ton of stuff on the screen, but everything is crammed in to be able to fit 3 players. Keep that in mind. That's number one. And number two, little reminder, you got one guy running the game for 3 people doing everything, and all the other things that could have been done in between turns to save time, we can't do. So this is, and Ken, you and I spoke about this last night, each episode at 3 players, we think about 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, this one may be a little longer because there's more. It's more thinky, I think.
Okay,
But
that's fair.
2.5 maybe. Yeah.
So yeah, so there you go. I think we did as good as we could do, given the social distancing and everything else being remote. So I definitely, like I said, you guys are amazing troopers. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. And a big thanks to everybody at home. Kickstarter starts on the 7th, July 7th, 2020, if you're watching this after the fact. Yeah, I think that's it. Tomorrow on the show, we're doing something different. Girl Stampede. So Jess is hosting a playthrough of Tales of Barbaria with Becca Scott and publisher Greenbrier Games of Tales of Barbaria. So they're playing that on Tabletop Simulator at 3 p.m. And then Rap Gods on Sunday at 3 p.m. And
Nice.
then I'm...
Awesome.
Yeah, so looking forward to all those. So cool. All right, get some sleep, continue social distancing, wear your mask, be smart, be kind to one another. And I will see you guys on Sunday, but you guys will see Jess tomorrow. So I'm Edward.
Ken.
Andrew.
All right, you guys have a great night. Take care. Bye, everybody. Wow, I won a game. Yay. Woohoo!
Yeah,
You did it.
clearly Perseverance is up your alley, man. Because you were right in that thing last
Yeah,
night too.
like I said, I'm digging it as well. But man,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lot to manage with one person. Not gonna lie.
Yep.